You get this. I got one on my laptop. And so we have to remember that we're online. That's so hard. How do you know? Okay. I mean, it's. Oh, right. Yeah, did you see Joe's email? Yes. Okay, cool. I replied to him like that. Okay, but yeah, but I got it. You've got it. Fine. I just didn't know if you've seen it. Okay, got it. Cool. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. All right. And then, do we need to be like 5 minutes? Yeah, let's. I think if they keep an eye. And then where will we have access to the Zoom questions? So Lisa's gonna just tell them to me, or we'll go for a mic. You can just say, "Are there any online questions?" That's sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hello, welcome everybody to today's symposium, and thank you so much for being here. I'm Harriet Loeffler, the curator of the Women's Art Collection, and I have had the absolute pleasure of curating the Goddess, the Deity, and the Cyborg exhibition that this symposium accompanies. I appreciate that it has not been easy to reach us today due to the rail strike. So many thanks for making the effort to be here in person, and indeed welcome to everybody online joining us. So for those of you who may be new to the Women's Art Collection, it is Europe's largest collection of work by women, and it's on display all across Murray Edwards College, which is an iconic brutalist building that was designed as a manifesto for the education of women. Murray Edwards remains one of 2 colleges for women at the University of Cambridge. The collection began when the American artist Mary Kelly was in residence at the college in 1985 to 86 and made a body of work that is on display in the dome. So there's a chance probably in the breaks, if you wanted to go and have a look at that work, it's in the kind of dining room dome in the center of college. And so this donation was kind of acquisition was followed in 1992 by an artist appeal inviting women artists to donate work. And the list included early career and established artists. And so from its very start, the collection was intergenerational. The list then grew, with artists then recommending other artists to donate. So at the heart of it, the collection is this entangled web of networks, friendships, and relationships between women. The collection now has over 600 artworks located all across the college, and we received accreditation in 2018, and we are open to the public every day. We organize 2 exhibitions a year that are drawn from the collection, and for our latest exhibition, I have turned towards the goddess figure to explore how women artists have conjured, revered, and reimagined the figure of the goddess. Featuring works from the Women's Art Collection, as well as loans from public and private collections, the exhibition charts the journey of the goddess figure, from its initial use as a symbol of female spirituality to its contemporary reappraisal. In some of the works, the human figure is left behind altogether in favor of new formations that embrace hybridity, merging human and non-human, animal and machine. In her 1985 essay, A Cyborg Manifesto, theorist Donna Haraway famously rejected the rigid boundaries separating human, animal, and machine. Contemplating the early goddess movement of the 70s and 80s, she wrote, "Though both abound in the spiral dance, I would rather be a cyborg than a goddess." In the exhibition, the figure of the cyborg offers a way of complicating gendered visions of the goddess. The exhibition starts with a work by Mary Beth Edelson, an artist who was central to the feminist art movement in the US and who devoted her entire career to working on the subject of the goddess, that even incorporated goddess worship. This idea of working whilst under the influence to access alternative as well as imaginary realms is a leitmotif of the exhibition, from Monica Shu's composite imagery to Alison Hunt's depictions created from her visions, and also Alicia Ray's McNamara's psychedelic work that even features the highly hallucinogenic plant, the angel's trumpet, which I actually recognize from having seen it around the college gardens. So if you haven't already, I hope you will find time to see the exhibition and will be able to join us for the book launch later on this evening. I am tremendously grateful to all the people who have worked on this symposium, Lisa Agarova, Catherine McCormack, and for the support of the Courtauld Institute of Arts Centre for American Art. I also want to thank the Muller-Wimhurst Trust, who have generously supported the exhibition. Thank you.
Thanks, Harriet. Good morning, everybody. Just another couple of comments before we kick off with our first session. When Harriet told me about her plans for a goddess-themed show here at the Women's Art Collection, around about a year ago, I think it was, I anxiously jumped at the chance to participate. I had by then been in touch for some time with American artist Anne Healy, member of the Heresies Collective, who accompanied Mary Beth Edelson to the Eastern Mediterranean caves in the 1970s and had been researching Carolee Schneemann's engagement with archaic serpent goddess symbolism. In our excitement, we confided that we were both interested not only in the works and the artists of the feminist goddess movement, but also intrigued by the politics on as much of a personal level as an intellectual one. What is interesting is that the more we mentioned this to colleagues and a broader network, the more it felt as if there were a number of covert goddess enthusiasts in the wild. Mischaracterized and derided in mainstream circles, often as corny, countercultural New Age spiritualism, and broadly rejected by third-wave academic feminism as problematically steeped in essentialism, whiteness, and imperialism, goddess art has been perhaps something of feminism and feminist art history's guilty pleasure or guilty secret. Until very recently, art historical scholarship on the topic has been scant. Jennie Klein's 2009 article on feminist art and spirituality in the 1970s, published in Feminist Studies Journal, a rich if lonely resource. However, a recent turn inside and outside of the art world, institutional exhibition programming, and academia has seen a burgeoning interest in artists active in the Western goddess feminist movement, such as Monica Schuh, Mary Beth Adelson, and Carolee Schneemann, alongside a younger generation of contemporary artists for whom a female goddess figure has come to represent expansive and decolonized political futures, especially at the intersection with technology, many of which are present in Harriet's fabulous show. Goddesses have even reached this year's Turner Prize shortlist, with British Romany artist Delaine Lebasse's Incipit Vita Nova. And scholars such as Amy Tobin have begun to problematize and expand the possibilities for goddess-centered art's critical reception beyond its historicization at the end of the 20th century. We are delighted, therefore, to be convening a community of artists, scholars, artists, and curators today at the Women's Art Collection to think critically about goddess feminism and the visual culture of feminist spirituality more broadly, and the legacy that is making itself known today. It was particularly important for us to have an intergenerational community in order to think through and with a sense of feminist genealogy, by representing the voices of women who were actively involved in 20th century feminist politics, alongside the critical interpretation and theorization by a younger generation. Special thanks to our keynote speaker, Jennie Klein, Assistant Professor at Ohio University, who's joining us today, and will be giving our keynote at the end of today's symposium. And we very much hope you enjoy. So may I invite our speakers for the first panel, which is Dr. Rachel Warriner, Vice-Chancellor's Fellow at Northumbria University, followed by Sarah Ray, DPhil candidate in law at the University of Oxford.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, be careful on the stairs. I just poured my whole cup of tea down the stairs on that side. Secondly, thanks to Catherine and to Harriet for organising today and inviting me to present. It's great to get a chance to discuss the idea of the goddess in detail and consider why this history is an important one for thinking about feminist practice. My interest in the figure of the goddess comes from my wider research into the women's artist movement and the development of feminist art in the US in the 1970s. Part of the women's liberation movement's reassessment of society, feminist understandings of the goddess were connected into its wider political project. More than a religious practice, the goddess was a symbol of both historical wrongs and a potentially more fulfilling and equitable future, both a spiritual and a political proposition. With the turn to the goddess as a religio-political figure, there also came an embrace of rituals, which I'm going to focus on today. As a kind of spiritual practice without an agreed dogma, ritual was a way of connecting to the goddess. They were often ad hoc, either made up by those who undertook them or developed by participants from scores, poems, or adapted from other religions. Developing in part out of a wider countercultural practices of the 1960s, rituals were also intimately connected with artistic approaches, which sought to erode the boundary between art and life, and were often part of or an extension of artistic practice. In this way, ritual was something that sat across the boundaries between art and feminist spirituality, a kind of creative practice which sought to produce an experience which was designed to be felt internally by the participants, aimed towards a different sort of engagement than with work designed to be shown on gallery walls. Looking at the arguments for and accounts of ritual, therefore, we get a different perspective on political organising, feminist collectivity and arts practice, one which centres being together and sharing experience. Indeed, for those feminists involved in the goddess community, the stakes of turning to ritual were extremely high. As Jennie Klein has argued, feminist spirituality has been critiqued as apolitical, but although, as Jennie Klein has argued, feminist spirituality has been critiqued as apolitical, it's important to understand that women active in goddess culture saw it as a feminist practice which had the capacity to change the world. In her article for the 1978 Great Goddess issue of Heresies, a Feminist Publication on Art and Politics, folklorist and performance artist Kay Turner outlined ritual's particular potential. For Turner, ritual was a means of building political solidarity through spiritual connection, not purely faith-based practice. Instead, it stood as a useful mode of envisaging what a different world for women might feel like. And those are her words. The potentials of this for the feminist community exceeded the sacred, however. In addition to the alternative future that it allowed women to envision and experience on an emotional level, Turner also made the claim for its political power in the present, arguing that asserting the right to ritual means as a source of power, vision, and solidarity is the symbolic corollary of equal pay, choice of abortion, domestic freedom, and the establishment of women's businesses, etc. In this understanding, ritual was seen not as a way of changing the self or forging devout connections to higher powers, but instead was a tangible way of shifting the power dynamics in the world, something that had the potential to intervene in what are more usually thought of as profane matters like social and legislative change. This shift came through the connections that shared spiritual experience created between women. Turner argues that ritual binds participants together, creating a collective. In feminist ritual, she states, we maintain a center of which we are all aware. It is our collective heart which beats there. We hold together. Our center endures. Therefore, the spirituality that was being pursued in ritual was not only devotional, but was also a way of building community in the service of real, tangible challenges to the patriarchal status quo. Turner's text describes a number of rituals performed by feminists which build this community connection, recounting mystical acts which sought to intervene in the daily experience of patriarchy. Take, for example, the ritual that Margie Gumpert, a self-described witch by trade and by faith, is quoted as enacting. She describes a ritual she performs on entering a public bathroom. I often notice that the mirror reflects an image which makes me question myself, feel critical or dissatisfied with my appearance, she says. I don't ignore it as trivial, but I recognize that the mirror is infested with a very common political poison, virus Hollywooditis or televisionitis. Subtle pressure to measure up to a pattern designed to enslave. Just to free myself of that pressure isn't a magical operation, but hundreds of other women will use that mirror. So after I've cleared my own image of that false cloud, I usually perform some sort of magical activity to neutralize the poison. I pour suggestive energy into the mirror, encouraging anyone who might look in to see herself in her true beauty. I reinforce the suggestion with all the power of my will and call on the goddess of beauty herself, Blessed Aphrodite, to banish that which would deny her as she exists in all of us. Fighting against the poison of patriarchal culture more broadly, Gumpert makes the unremarkable public bathroom mirror into a site of solidarity, magically protective of women. In this imaginative act, a web of connection is made between women who look into the enchanted mirror, supporting them in an act of feminist love. Cited from Gumpert's text Witchcraft, that was included in the 1974 spirituality issue of the feminist countercultural magazine Country Women, by recounting this practice through publication, the gesture becomes alive in the imagination of a feminist reader, offering them a chance to see the world in different terms, where every mirror might be thus enchanted, and the world can be reshaped through their power. That this was published in Heresies with its focus on feminism, art, and politics, which emerged within the women's artist movement, is also useful for understanding how this kind of political, spiritual community forming inflects our understanding of feminist art. Turner places Gumpert's spells in relation to rituals developed as artworks, pointing to the shared approach in both artistic and creative practice. Throughout Turner's article, female creativity is tied to spiritual power. Donna Henney's work is offered as an example of someone for whom creativity leads to spiritual practice. Henney started her career as a performance artist, making interventions in public space, most notably her Spider-Woman series, in which she wove webs using textiles as a way to explore natural and urban environments, sometimes wrapping herself, sometimes creating extensive webs in public spaces. By the time that Turner was writing, Hennes was practicing as a self-described ermine shaman, a kind of work which she saw as leaving behind the disconnected world of art towards the connected world of spirituality. Turner quotes Hennes as saying, "Making art locks me into myself, making rituals sets me free. I don't want to make art anymore." Even where this trajectory from art to spiritualist is not a straight line as it is for Hennes, spirituality and creativity are for Turner intimately connected. However, she argues that artist and ritual are distinct. She says the artist takes herself, her content, and ability to express that content as commendable to the world of meaning and aesthetics. She is a source of new meaning, novelty acting as a basis for determining accomplishment. The ritualist is constantly at work to leave the self, to become a channel for transcendent experience, gathering the group members, nourishing their need for each other and themselves through the manipulation of dramatic forms. These are her aims. Setting up a tension between the group and the individual, this description of the politically and community engaged ritualist and the isolated artist speaks to wider debates around the artists during this period. This was a moment when the figure of the individual artist was being critiqued and rejected, seen as isolated and outdated, connected into a masculinist world of machoistic formalism and a patriarchal art system that anointed stars. In a rejection of this model of working, in which individuals were championed in line with the wider thinking of artists' roles and responsibilities to the wider community, in a rejection of working in this model of working in which individuals were championed in line with the wider rethinking of art's roles and responsibilities to the wider community, which was integral to feminist practice, ritual is positioned as an alternative to this individualistic and apolitical approach to creativity. A community practice, ritual takes the search for transcendence, connection, and visceral experience that have formed the basis of a great deal of avant-garde and feminist practice and remakes it into something that is about creating a revolutionary, positive feminist community. Lucy Lippard also saw ritual work as undermining an art world which sought to champion individuals and instead to offer a way of doing creative work which was inherently connected to politics. Writing in her 1983 book Overlay, she argues that art is intimately connected with spirituality, describing it as propaganda, that is, in the religious sense of the word, in which the word originated, the sense of spreading the word or the seed as in propagation. For Lippard, it is a particular kind of creativity which is effective, one which is tied inherently into community and belief. Championing the work of Mary Beth Edelson, she makes the connection between an expressly feminist politics and the effective ritual practice, which can, in her words, generate power as a consciousness raiser and as a rallying point for women with many different experiences, and which is unwilling to separate social change from spiritual change, affirmative action from affirmative passion. Ritual here is seen both as inherently a creative act and as something with the potential to reach others, build solidarity and enact change. Turner's vision of the ritualist work to leave the self is particularly interesting for thinking about how a feminist collective was being imagined, arguing for a kind of subjectivity which is diffuse, forged through connection between people, the earth, and the spirits. This is a vision of a non-hierarchical or dogmatic spirituality, both inherently relational and inherently political. Indeed, rituals often mirror or double as political actions, ones which are developed as a way to articulate hurts, build solidarity, and reinforce the feminist community in their fight against patriarchy. An example is Kalidasi's Women's Freedom Litany, which was published in the 1975 edition of Woman's Spirit, an Oregon-based journal dedicated to exploring feminist spirituality. Reading almost like a poem, the text is a crossover between a prayer and a manifesto, which conjures a group of women who've been victimized by patriarchy. This includes, and these are just a selection, our mothers who have given their lives to patriarchy, daughters who stand on the threshold of self, all girl children born on this day, our sisters who are imprisoned for their rights as women, our sisters who are abused because their skin is not white, all women in childbirth, all women having abortions, all women who suffer, all women who are struggling to be. In a list designed to conjure protection for women, the call for freedom is issued to a cross-cultural group of female divinities from religions both ancient and contemporary, including the Hindu goddess of death and rebirth, Kali, Mesopotamian goddess of love and sexuality, Ishtar, ancient Egyptian Great Mother Isis, goddess of healing and magic, Mary, Christian Mother of God, as well as all the lost goddesses for whom we now come to reclaim all women everywhere, or we reclaim for all women everywhere. Although framed as a liturgy, the incantation is closer to a political text which outlines how patriarchy works against women, proposing a better future outside of its grip. Despite their call to the goddess, it is women who are asserting their authority by reclaiming the goddess as a group. Through solidarity, awareness, faith in their own power, women are able to achieve the amorphous but necessary freedom which they pray for. Community and politics entwine with belief, creating an imagined collective of women connected through their faith that one day things can be better, fairer. Feelings are central here, Anger and sadness forms this group of women that is created in the ritual. The figure of the goddess is the one who counters this, offering hope to the suffering constituency who call for her help. The rituals which are featured in Heresies too conjure community through recounting practices which build feminist solidarity and connection through shared feelings. Donna Hennies' contribution offers a personal account of rituals that she'd stage at key dates of the year, equinoxes and solstices. Recounting group actions from her own point of view, she takes a confessional tone which invites the reader to identify with the physical and spiritual sensations of the ritual. Her texts emphasize its sensual experience, breath, touch, and smell, the position and feeling of the body, and its interaction with nature. Although an account of a ritual performed, this text is not merely a report. It is a kind of reenactment that allows its sympathetic reader to imagine themselves taking part, one that is gendered female in the imagery used to illustrate it of legs, pointed feet, crotches, and breasts that overlap and form the pattern behind the text. In a similar way, Miele Lederman-Ukeles' Mikveh Dreams recounts her personal experience of the ancient Jewish ritual of mikveh, in which she immerses herself in water a week after menstrual bleeding, in a practice which she ties to the matronate Shechina, which she calls the Jews' female divinity, who represents the eternal renewed virgin and eternal passionate lover and eternal creating mother. Foregrounding forging feminist community through sharing religious feeling, Ukeles explicitly connects her decision to share these acts as part of the women's revolution. Sisters, she declares, in this new time for all of us, I take this time to tell you of these private things. The new community of sisters overrides, or at least overlaps, with religious community, allowing for a new candor about women's experience of their own spirituality as a way to build solidarity around the connection between women's bodily and spiritual experience. So ritual was a practice that connected women together through shared feelings of pain and isolation, love and faith, seeing women as a group connected by their experience of oppression, and the goddess as a universal figure who could connect women, protecting them from patriarchy's violence and offering a path to transcend and remake society. However, though I don't have much time to expand on this, it is important to register, as a number of scholars have, the limits of this inclusivity. At times, this forging of community led to ahistoric and unspecific engagements with practices drawn from traditions, including those of Indigenous people, to explore largely white women's oppression by patriarchy, essentializing communities and cultures as part of their own self-explorations, as Catherine has mentioned. Another ritual included in the Great Goddess issue offers an example. Kay Turner's Song of Black Feather, Song of White Feather involved an incantation to be recited and a series of actions to be performed with feathers, a white one which represents death and a black feather which represents life. The text to be spoken was a translation by the white American poet Edward Kissam of an Aztec poem for Jerome Rothenberg's 1972 anthology Shaking the Pumpkin. The poem comes from the Florentine Codex, a colonialist record of Aztec culture undertaken by Spanish Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sagahan in the 16th century, meaning it is far from a straightforward record of an historical ritual. Though feathers were important to Aztec culture, the symbolism and ritual use is unconnected to the worship of specific goddesses, and Turner also makes reference to Frank Waters' Book of the Hopi, a response to rather than record of Hopi culture by a writer with Cheyenne rather than Hopi roots. It's worth considering this appropriation and its relationship to the claims made for ritual practice in more detail. In her book, Feminism's New Age, which focuses on the New Age movement of the 1990s, Carolyn Crowley explores how appropriating practices from marginalized cultures, something which she positions as, or rather something she describes as often imagined as a tribute to a people, and something that those involved see as a kind of a positive thing, is also a way, albeit a profoundly problematic way, to lend authority to the movement through an essentialized understanding of Indigenous culture as more authentic and pure. She says one kind of essentialism, racial, helps them understand another kind, gender, and the two work in tandem to create a subculture, whereas white women take away racial authority from Indigenous women, they gain gender authority. In this reimagining of lost and quote-unquote alternative spiritual practices, white women's search for spirituality is centered in such a way as to override the religious practices which it appropriates, erasing a real history in order to construct a new one for the benefit of women. facilitating the white women who practice this ritual to explore an idea of authentic community, connection to the land, and the blessing of the goddess as a way to strengthen their bond. One community is strengthened while another is obscured. To finish, I want to turn to something that scholar Gloria Femin-Orenstein drew out in her article, The Reemergence of the Archetype of the Great Goddess in Art by Contemporary Women, which was also published in Heresies. In this early assessment of why women had turned to the figure of the goddess as part of their practice, Orenstein identifies goddess art as a shift from conventional faith-based practice. She describes that the goddess is that archetype which mediates between image, energy, and history, evolving and unfolding destiny through the redirection of energy into a revolutionary manifestation of being. When imaged and celebrated in contemporary art, the goddess signified being as a verb, as a creative energy, as a transformative energy, as sacred earth energy, and as psychic energy. This distinction between a being and being is suggestive for thinking about the politics of the women artists movement to the turn of the goddess in the 1970s. Non-hierarchical, relational, and fixed in the present, being positions connection and experience as spiritual. Instead of a fixed history which champions individual actors, or a belief system which establishes dogma and hierarchy, turning to the goddess allows for a kind of religious practice in which women can be together with other women and believe in the connection to earth, to spirituality, and to each other. This mix is crucial for understanding the politics of women's liberation, offering insight into how the women's movement broadly and the women artists movement specifically was underpinned by a political philosophy that was also a way of life, a kind of activism that involved rethinking the self as much as it involved rethinking the group or society. Through ritual practice, the experience of faith, not in dogma or in historical fact, but instead in other women, belief in and empathy for their suffering, and the shared conviction that fairness, equality, and love will prevail through natural, divine justice, are crucial to reimagining the community and making possible an alternative future for women. Thank you.
Opening my notes. So hi everyone, it's so lovely to be here. I would like to preface this presentation with a personal note. This presentation is informed by my own experience of trauma and how in the process of healing, I've stumbled across Goddess, which has moved me to create art that represents a reconciliation of love and reconnection for myself and with my body, more specifically with my genitalia. Hence the title of my presentation is Healing from Sexual Violence through Female Spiritual Vulva Vagina Art. I am not an artist, and I am definitely not an expert in art history. However, coming to learn about Goddess a little bit more, I found how relevant this feminism is to my personal trauma, including my doctoral thesis, which addresses the oppressive treatment and cultural representation of the vulva and vagina in patriarchal institutions. So my purpose today is to explore why Goddess pedagogy should be taken seriously as a source for women's healing from male sexual violence. It seems that Goddess artists have represented the vulva and vagina as imagery or symbols of superb power, resilient to unwanted gaze or touch, ultimately defying how male-dominant culture continues to define and treat women's bodies as the naturally breachable body, as theorized by Andrea Dworkin in her book Intercourse, which is understood as a body of resource, always available for the accommodation of men's sexual gratification. In 2011, we saw women don merkins and take the muff march against the designer vagina. And adopting second wave feminist principles to support their movement, they reminded us that our vulvas are normal, individually perfect, and not invisible. And guess what? Neither are our voices. I think it's reasonably clear that second wave feminist perspectives on centering women's agency and teachings of Goddess both challenge harmful assumptions that are supposedly norms inscribed into the female body. To quote Catherine McKinnon in Toward a Feminist Theory of State, women's sexuality is suppressed within a social hierarchy as a thing to be stolen, sold, bought, bartered, or exchanged by others. But women never own or possess it. When women's bodies are actualized for an unwavering opportunity to do sex too, the language to define our violations, how we experience them, seem incomprehensible. Not being able to name the violence stunts us from this healing. And of course, the dialogue of our lived experiences is neglected, as this is expected when harm to women is justified because women exist as women. Depicting this healing through women's art, informed by feminist spirituality, can support women in the of naming violence and reclaiming subjectivity and recognizing power of and over their vulvas and vaginas. Throughout Western history, the vulva and vagina have not only been perceived as sites of medical fascination, but also as the cause of monstrous, diseased, dangerous, disgusting, and promiscuous women. This means that shame becomes synonymous with vulva and vagina. The male gaze turns a private and intimate body part into a public and offensive concern. If her labia is protruding too much, she's ugly and needs a labiaplasty to neaten it up. If she's had sex with multiple partners, her vagina must be loose. And if she's too into it, then she must be a slut. Passivity and invisibility is what is required. This rhetoric is similar as to how one feels after being sexually violated. Wanting to neglect and dissociated from the harmed body part is a usual trauma response. For Teresa Mori, accepting Goddess means to embark on healing. Goddess encourages us to face all aspects of our nature deeply, such as the parts of ourselves that we tend to suppress to survive. And there only seems to be one rule if you were to accept Goddess: harm none. Women are not to be blamed for the harm that men do to them against their will. The harm lingers on in the form of complicated, internalized shame and hate. I wondered whether this could be perceived as a form of harm to self. Am I choosing to continuously break myself? As Goddess appears to be lost, is she lost to me too indefinitely? Anne Kent Rush, in her book, Getting Clear, Body Work for Women, reminds me that the body is Mother Nature. And when you are in your body and you can feel yourself in your body, you can experience yourself as a woman. You experience your body as it is. The body is our utmost reality. When we call upon Goddess, Mother Nature, we tend to do so for self-preservation, for protection. The body then is a place for me to retreat into for safety. It is also my sanctuary, but it is also a reality that the body has been breached. What did I do to deserve this is not a question which feminist spirituality deems important. Rather, one should reflect on, what do I need to listen to? And we need to get back to the body and hear her needs and understand her pain. The breachable body is vulnerable, capable of being wounded and defenseless against injury. When woman is violated, she is occupied physically and internally in the sense that she becomes owned through the fuck and is no longer the sovereign of herself. Patriarchal ideology upholds this, that women's bodies are required to be accessible, that we must succeed into the male gaze. As the oppressed, we are taught to self-hate and to look at the oppressor to identify with his needs. A way in which we can liberate ourselves from this and move toward healing is to invite a love ethic into self. And I see this being a pro-woman statement. And when I visualize it, I see Monica Schu's, is it Schu? Monica Schu's Sheila Nagy. Artists Jackie Moore and Dr. Maureen Concannon describe Sheila as an anthropomorphic in form and not actually meant to be images of women. Sheila are symbols of the great Mother Earth, Goddess, in the transformative changes of life from the maiden, mother to the crone. Sheila is a powerful icon, one that is visually striking of women's autonomous agency and sexuality. And Patricia Breen describes her depiction of Sheila opening her vulva so that we are invited into her vagina that holds a galaxy, as a vagina being a site of sexual pleasure. Feminist Dana Densmore says that women are denied the right of pleasure and that we perhaps live in a hypersexualized culture where sex is functional, where it's not about the merging of togetherness to be closer to self, or rather closer with Mother Earth embodied as our own bodies. For Dana Densmore, a female sexual liberation should not only view women as purely sexual beings, bodies and sensuality close to the earth, but also being spiritually free. And patriarchy fears this. It fears woman transcending beyond her confined space of softness, emotion, and flesh. It is unthinkable for patriarchy to see women connect to her body and authentically to her sexuality, exceeding into the realms of will and spirit. Andrea Dworkin's theorization of women's bodies being the breachable body might be perceived as something controversial and maybe incompatible with goddess feminist pedagogy. But I do see reasonable connections. Both represent a reality and both recognize the power women are capable of exercising. As mentioned earlier, after experiencing sexual violence, one does feel vulnerable, broken into, and detached from the body, and at times from self. It is also incredibly isolating and silencing. Again, going back to the absence of language, or language capturing a woman-centered experience, we might turn to other expressions, such as in art. That's what I found in shows Shilinagi. And at first, it was difficult to reach to the empowered message in the imagery. Instead of asking, why can't I get there? I learned to ask, what do I need to listen to? And representing my understanding of my breachable body was the first step towards spiritual healing. This form of communication with myself provided not only validity to the experience, but also it allowed me to name the harm. And as a law student, I must mention human flourishing, more so that goddess promotes humans flourishing in a way that I am on the journey of developing sense of individuality, exploration, and fascination with womanhood, and truly strengthening spirit to create the circumstances in which we genuinely need and want. And so when I realized the movement of my healing, from the representation of my breachable body, and realized that it changed, suddenly awoke an invitation from myself to the body and to my genitalia to move towards the pleasure and freedom I can absorb and emit, like goddess going through a transformative stage of personal revelation. And so that's why the artworks are different. The first no longer exists, and that's the movement of healing. And I think that goddess teaching can help a lot of women healing from sexual violence, and goddess art provides a language in which women can feel connected to and relate to, and truly embody self-acting minds and bodies. Thank you.
Would you like some water?
Oh, yes, please.
No, let's go try.
Great. Okay, thank you both so much for kicking us off today, and with those really stimulating conversations, which, although they were very different in approach, I was struck by the way in which we moved from Rachel's very fluent sort of intellectualization of ritual from an earlier period in the 1970s to then zooming into a contemporary experience of art making connected to ritual. So I think that's thanks to some excellent convening and putting those together. But no, that really came across in a way that was somewhat unexpected as well. I thought there was the sort of real-time live action of making work in response to trauma that had certain parallels with some of the works that you were referencing from the 70s. So I was just going to start with Sarah, just to think a little bit about this idea of goddess, because the way you mention it is referred to as a sort of numinous, non-denominational, non-specific, whether geographically or culturally. And I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about your conceptualization of goddess, as you mentioned it.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I would conceptualize goddess as, well, what makes it different to a religion? although it's referred to as religion, I guess in scholarship, that to obey isn't really a rule. Rather, it's about inviting goddess into ourselves and seeing goddess as part of the body. And so perhaps I'm reducing it to simply to say, well, I feel goddess in me as myself. And that means inviting things that truly listens or requires me to listen to what the body needs, to understand the pain, or to understand the pain, and then also to reflect on how can I feed myself in order to flourish from this situation or from that circumstance. And so I don't really see goddess as a body, but rather as an embodiment in myself. That's how I would conceptualize it.
No, that's great. Thank you. Because I think there's something about that experience with the natural and the connection between body and nature that you mentioned that also touches on quite a lot of the concepts that you were talking about, Rachel, especially this sense of oneness and being. And it's making me think a bit about Audre Lorde as well, in terms of access to creativity being deeply connected to spirituality, and these all being interconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think it, as you say, I was struck by kind of the ways in which you were kind of articulating for yourself how this sort of idea outside of yourself, which isn't a kind of hierarchical, but is somehow spiritual and is above us and between us all, is healing, and the identifying into that is something that I think that is something really powerful.
I also recognize that when you mentioned is it Gumpy, looking at looking through the mirror, and so seeing herself as perhaps, if I open my terms, her being the breachable body, but then transforming herself, right, and doing something that's spiritual, and she's still seeing herself in the mirror, but that's her evolution. And I thought that was the connection that I felt when I was creating art.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, and I think I love that account of the idea that we can walk into a bathroom, we can be looking in a bathroom mirror that's been sort of patriarchatized by a witch is a lovely, because it doesn't, I mean, that sort of sense of it's just a thought experiment, basically. Because for me, like, full disclosure, I am not a goddess person. I am a 90s person who, that cringeness that you were describing is how I first came upon the goddess. And so for me, this is an entirely academic rather than spiritual practice. But I love the idea of a thought experiment where we go, what if somebody has sorted this mirror out for me, and I can see myself as beautiful, because all of the horrible things that now Instagram, probably more than television, are sort of throwing at me. What if this one's been disinfected for me? And I think that kind of imaginative community, the sense of a group of women who are looking after one another, who love each other because, you know, feminist love is a good thing, and who can, that in itself is a powerful and political idea, I think is really useful. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
There's something about temporality as well that really struck me, and on a number of levels. At the beginning of your paper, Rachel, you talked about this corollary between the spiritual and the political, between, I think you said, the way you verbalized it was historical wrongdoings, and then the possibility for a correction to those or a mitigation of those in the present. And I was just interested in that kind of temporal relationship with the concept of a goddess-centered feminism, because it's about this slipping forward and backwards. And I think there's something between that in the way in which both of these papers were articulated, that you have intellectualization of a project that was active in the 1970s that was still relatively invisible, beyond the journals and beyond the women in the communities, but it certainly wasn't something that was en masse. And I wondered if you felt that there was that invisibility to the practice that you're doing and the work you're doing. I mean, both of you talked quite a lot about the absence of language.
Yeah.
I think that's something so interesting, and there's this academic language that has come in. not in an alienating way, but there's an intellectualization. I wonder, does that always remain necessary in order for credibility to be lent to these sorts of practices that women engage with on a personal level? I'm quite interested in that split between them.
Well, yeah, so in my paper, I mentioned that finding the language to describe the violation sometimes does feel very absent. And so we retreat into silence. And so depicting that visually can provide that kind of communication. So I'm going back to the point of the question.
I've positioned a number of different ideas there about sort of time, but also the way in which, the way in which sort of goddess feminism slips forward and back, sort of recalling the past to.
Right. And so what I think goddess does, or its teachings, it requires one to be self-reflective, and that means actually being mindful and asking meaningful questions. So not really, so I guess when you don't have the language to describe a violation, you think, why me? Why this? Did I do something wrong? I feel so much shame. But goddess requires, okay, well, how do you feel? What does it mean when you do this? What
So do we think more of an intuitive, a language that comes from intuition rather than intellectualization, or the language of the law, for example, which is probably something that you're specifically looking at?
Yeah. Absolutely. And I would view the law as a tool of patriarchy, as a total phallocentric system. But I also, but at the same time, I do also see the law as a powerful tool if we, and as women, make it woman-centered and utilize it to actually promote our flourishing, which does mean ensuring that women's needs are heard and met. And through my reading and understanding of goddess, I think that's one of the motivations of goddess, or what she provides to one. Phil?
Rachel, do you see art history as having a similar sort of set of rules and phallocentric laws that maybe kind of create, make it difficult for the visibility of certain historical periods or the work of certain artists?
I mean, yeah, like it's an Enlightenment project, which brings with it all Enlightenment stuff. But also it has a lot of people who are working to undo those and thinking in different ways, as any system does. And I think obviously the law is not always, but these things are complicated and much more nuanced, and things aren't good or bad. They do good and bad things, and we can challenge them, right? And I think that we wouldn't think that it was complicated to talk about Christian religious work, right? They're talking about it in an academic language, thinking about it as a thing that happened and how that influenced the world around it is just, I mean, 85% of art history, we've got a lot of language and ways of approaching religious work. And I think certainly Jennie Klein has done a fantastic job of outlining exactly this issue with how goddess feminism fell between the cracks of all sorts of things, not only feminist art not being treated seriously until quite recently, I think, or at least being treated seriously in a community of people, but not being treated seriously by mainstream art history, and being taught by people whose speciality is not feminist art. That's a recent thing that everyone starts to think that they actually should be addressing women's art. And also then within feminist art's war within its sort of own approaches, goddess art seeming like it represents essentialism exclusively. And so I think certainly we can talk about it. I think we should. I think it's got a lot to tell us about exactly those questions of what makes the women's artist movement different in the 70s from other artistic movements, how the kind of politics and artistic practice overlap, and what people want to get from making creative work, which is not just a question for feminist art, but is a broader question about what art is and how it works. So I think that's a very rambly answer, but I think, yes, definitely it's been sidelined. I think there is a degree of misogyny there. I think there's also fashion. And I think that it's a significant subject with a lot of kind of complexity that I think can be drawn out. Yeah.
Got one more point to make before I invite any questions, and it was sort of based on what you were saying, and also thinking about your identification with the sort of 90s scholarship, which might have overly simplified a reading of the 70s goddess movement and those artists as not being significantly engaged with undoing the hegemony of representation. And I thought what came across really clearly in your paper was the ways in which the actual politics of the logic of the art market was being undone within those practices, the politics of the individual and the mythology of the lone artist making a work of art, and that kind of sense of those sort of criticisms of the third wave were being revoked actually through what you were explaining. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about how that troubles that historic antagonism, because that's one of the sort of broad brushstrokes of thinking about that turf war, if you like.
Yeah, and I think that it's interesting to I think this is for me what I find particularly interesting, not sort of connecting on a spiritual level with it myself, but that I think it's part of a context where the art world is being rethought, and art is seen as a way of doing politics, in a way of changing, doing revolution, right? And that creative practice can lead that political charge. Which is true also of later practices, but that you have to look at the sort of whole scale critique that's going on rather than isolating. I think now the kind of conversations about whether to represent the body were incredibly productive during the 80s, and not always in a way which was good for everybody, and certainly a lot of interesting practices got kind of pushed by the wayside, but it obviously was something that people felt was really urgent and important at the time. But now I think we can sort of nuance that, because it's not our conversation, it's one that's happened, it's one that we've, even if you were involved in that quite a lot of time, has gone past. So I think that looking at the ways in which imagining an alternative community that kind of is secret and exists outside of the sort of visible realm of like art market, commercial galleries, museums and galleries, and instead is about connection and co-feeling, is about like your sisters who maybe you've never met but who are there and thinking about you, and that network of feelings is an interesting way to imagine an art world in a creative community, which I think in our current moment, where a lot of the people we are connected to are people who we've never met through kind of social media or whatever, has things to tell us about how we form communities, how we form identities, and like how we might push back against sort of what things that are suggested to us as to how we should behave.
I love this idea of network of feelings, and also, you know, as you've really articulated, this idea of the productive nature of antagonism and being able to look back on that conversation about depicting the body, I think is something to really draw together lots of the debates within sort of competing voices within what is appropriate feminist practice. Any questions from the floor? Any questions online? Patricia, do we have microphones?
Thank you. Thanks, speakers. Thanks, panel. I just have a small question for Sarah. Sarah, I was wondering, and I may have missed this, how did you come to the goddess? Was it through women's circlings, or did you read it? Was it more of, you know, sort of a scholarly endeavor, or how did you kind of come to this practice, this spirituality? Thank you.
That is thank you so much for the question. That is a really interesting question, and I've been reflecting on it as well. And I think it's a combination of all three, but really I'd come across Sheila McGee a couple of years ago, and I understood Sheila McGee to be a goddess and representing Mother Earth. And so during my research, when I've come to learn more about feminist spirituality, I started to think, oh, well, actually, maybe Sheila Nagi is connected to this. And I think that she is connected to goddess. So I was inspired by that, and I guess through the intellectual endeavor as well. That's how I come to learn about goddess a bit more holistically, rather than just seeing her as Sheila Nagi.
Jenny.
So first of all, I'd like to thank both of you for your presentations. And do I have time to ask a question to each speaker, or are we running?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so my first question is for Rachel. And one of the things that I noticed was that some of these people, such as Mary Beth Edelson or Linda Montano, were trained in art schools, went to art schools with men, got a pretty solid conceptual art background. And in fact, what they were doing had a lot in common with what male conceptual artists were doing or male performance artists were doing. So you think of Chris Burden or Paul McCarthy, and you also think of ritual actions, daily ritual actions, such as the work of Roman Opansky, yes. And I almost feel as though the ritualistic action on the part of men, even men who were obviously tapping into some kind of spirituality with these ritualistic actions. Also, Kim Jones, Mudman, they were not noticed as such because they were men. And then for Sarah, I wanted to ask you, since I actually just rather recently reviewed the two books that sort of popped up out of nowhere on sexual assault. So Vivian Green-Fried's book and then Nancy Princenthal's book came out at the same time and looked exactly identical. Vivian, who's a friend of mine, wasn't too happy, but they had different content. But in any case, one of the issues that they've actually talked about in terms of sexual assault is this kind of taking you back to a point at which you're pre-linguistic. And I'm just wondering how that is played into your work. So I guess I'm sorry for it's so interesting. I just had a lot of questions, but anyway, I will pass the microphone back and let you answer.
That's what we're here for, so don't apologize.
Going back to linguistic, did you say? I guess that's related to the absence of the language, I guess, after experiencing a sexual assault, or even during. And I think that's a tool of patriarchy as well, is to require some passivity and also to silence when women in general. And I think depicting that kind of, it doesn't necessarily have to be a pain. I think it could just be mind, what's going on, and then to actually articulate that into something creative and to give meaning to it, as you mentioned, then making it into a linguistic, and you can remember that so clearly, and what you might think didn't really happen or couldn't even be comprehensible suddenly does become that. I don't know if I answered your question properly, no, but
I was wondering if you felt that engaging with the goddess and engaging with art making, which is a different kind of representation, was a way of moving through that, moving around language in terms of words and that kind of articulation.
Oh yes, absolutely, because there's a movement from shame, hate, disgust, and then into acknowledging or recognizing that the body that I have, or the embodiment of goddess with it as embodied within me, is are not those negative connotations or words. Rather, it's something a lot more meaningful. And I don't know if if feminine is the right word for it. But I guess re-accepting and re-inviting myself to a love ethic, and I think that's what Goddess preaches. I think, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, yeah, you're right that these practices, the relationship between conceptual art and ritual practice is really close. And I think a lot of ritual practice comes out of conceptual practice rather than the other way around. Lucy Lippard writes about a group of male artists when she's writing an overlay about ritual. It's much more male artists than it is women, because she has that chapter on the goddess, which is mainly feminist art. But I think that the kind of framing of ritual as well, like if we take her definition of it as something that is designed to be repeated, there is something about the kind of intention for it to be a certain kind of spiritual practice, I guess, because as you say, like Roman Pascha there's a spirituality to it, but it's not got the kind of, because I think the kind of program of the goddess and goddess feminism and feminist spirituality is an interesting one, because while it isn't written down, there are agreed kinds of belief system or sort of like belief vibes or something, where it's like you know, certain kind, like Kali comes up all the time, you know, and like particular sorts of practices, connections to the earth. There are themes rather than dogma. And so I guess that the kind of ways in which that kind of practice is connected into that set of religious or religious idea, like spiritual ideas, makes it a different sort, because I think like the kind of basis of conceptual art as again a thought experiment, like it's a different sort of thought experiment maybe, and its ambitions are about like not ending up sort of in a gallery talking to an art viewer, even though I don't think that's always just a straightforward transactional, like money is everything, men rule kind of thing. But I think there is a different sort of connection that's sought by people who are making work as arts practice than people who are making work as a kind of spiritual practice. But then again, of course, Mary Beth Adelson's work is very much in galleries, and that ritual practice is made for the AR gallery. I think there's a lot of complicated sort of ways in which, so who your audience is, what you think they're going to get from it, like what you're hoping it's going to do in the wider world, that sort of inflects it. But I think that the line between ritual and conceptual practice is like tiny, and it depends who you are, and also how you think art is going to affect the world. Like what is the point of making creative work? And I think for someone like Edelson, there's definitely an interest in being recognized within art systems, no question, but she also sees that as a kind of spiritual and political practice in and of itself. So I think, yeah, again,
she did do rituals when she went to the cave.
Yeah.
What was then Yugoslavia. I mean, one thing I think that we could perhaps think about as we revisit this period is the way in which the kind of gendered expectations that this work was approached with meant that you take Roman Opalka very seriously, and you take Mary Beth Edelson much less seriously. And you have kind of a range of drop down. We take this person less seriously and this person less seriously, et cetera. So you have Linda Montano, who was sort of running around being very conceptual and publishing a lot of books, which she authored. But then you have someone like Donna Hennis or even Betsy Damon, who didn't have the same visibility. I also think it's gendered. Linda identified for the most part as heterosexual. She also identifies, I think, primarily as a nun at this point, whereas Damon and Hennes, I believe, identified as queer, or they would have said lesbian at the time. But so I was very interested in your talk and in this, and began thinking about all of the male conceptual artists that I've studied and thought about and how they're sort of misinterpreted.
Yeah. And I think also just to sort of add in there, I totally agree with you on that. And I think that but I think there is also a who is taking them serious, because I don't think that within the women's artist community, people took Roman Pascal more seriously than they did Mary Beth Edelson. So I think there is also some people who are making work for their immediate community. And I think we also need to reflect on that.
Yes.
And the fact that, I mean, because at a certain point, Edelson was a sort of an art star, I guess, within her own community, and kind of arguably is now. And those, certainly she was doing rituals, but she was doing rituals in a art gallery. So like it is like for that art community, and that's not to undermine her work, but it's just to say there are different communities and constituencies at work. And so certainly if you're gonna, if we put the cost of a work of art next to each other, then yes, straightforwardly we can map a sort of seriousness. But I think there are other ways of thinking about, and I think some women artists were making work for other women artists and didn't care about the mainstream art system.
And still are.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Just going on from that, actually, is the idea of the category of the artist as well, however it's gendered, because with someone like Donna Hennes, I was trying to do some research on her recently and was really struggling to find material to talk about her solstice rituals. One that she does one on the winter solstice every year, doesn't she, in Battery Island, or does it somewhere in and this idea of by reneging that title of artist and identifying as more shaman, there is this again, you fall into an absence of language because there isn't a critical language that then can be applied, or we're missing that in a way. It's making me think about the lost goddesses that's in the Kalidasi amazing litany, which is so inspiring, made me think of things like the Me Too movement as well. I think there's this, again, jumping forward and back. Yes, another question.
Thanks. I would love to talk about the reason why art is so important. And it is because art transcends language. And I think that's why in the art world, a lot of women's art has been minimized and seen as being therapeutic and not real art. And I think it's because actually it's the message that it gives. Because when women do connect to themselves, that's quite powerful. And I think politically it's not welcome. And when women artists connect to themselves and express it in their art, it can convey to other people. It's not just therapeutic to themselves, it's very therapeutic, but also it has the power to convey to other people. And I had a similar experience to Sarah, and I found that when I exhibited my work, I found that it was the men who, I mean, many women came and said, "Oh, I see myself in your work." I haven't spoken about it to anyone, but it was the men also who were desperate to talk. And art has the ability to talk without words and invite conversation. And I think this aspect is quite troublesome politically. It's not welcome. And I think increasingly in politics and in demonstrations, art is being used, like with the pink hats, and increasingly the act of anathema, of lifting the skirt. We've seen that used in political demonstrations against rape, used as a tool of war. And this goes back to ancient goddess depictions. And I think it's very exciting that around the world, women in quite separate pockets seem to be just going, enough of this shit, let's talk truth, let's communicate. And art has the beauty of doing that without words, because as you say, when you've been what was the word, when the body's been breached?
Breached, yes, breachable body, yes.
There's no words for that, and yet art can talk for you and invite other people to connect. and connect with themselves as well as
Yeah.
each other.
Thank you so much. And thanks for mentioning the anaserma. That's something which we can take up throughout the day, maybe revisit that, and the sort of vulva flashing as a kind of apopatreic warding off of evil, or warding off of threats. And I think that's a way of reframing the vulva, isn't it, as something that is vulnerable, as something that is incredibly laden with power, the phallic energy that is normally invoked through the phallus. Wary of its time to finish now, unless there were any points that you two wanted to quickly make in response to those questions. We're now going to break for coffee. It is a 30-minute, 15-minute break, and we'll be back in here for session 2. Thank you so much.
We'll keep it there. Okay. I'm very keen to stick to the time so that we have lots of time in the lunch break for you all to just luxuriate in the exhibition. So I'm going to selfishly push on. Thank you so much for session 1. Moving on to session 2 of artist collaborations. And we will be hearing from Penny Florence, Professor Emerita from the Slade School of Fine Art at the UCL, and Lucy Stein, artist, mystic, slapstick, lipstick, Scorpio rising, and mother, all of which seem very appropriate to kind of this sort of interdisciplinary, lots of kind of feeling conversation. So I feel like that's a brilliant kind of title. They will be talking, the title of their presentation is 19 Tales, an eco-feminist creation story exploring mystical feminine origins, and that's a quote by Anna Suter. And then they will be followed by The Taming of Radical Women Artists, Archives, Effect and Representing Eco-Feminist Art, with Patricia Bryan, who is a lecturer in historical and critical studies design at Bath Spa University, and Dr. Sue Fahy from the MSCC, the Monica Shu, that's the only way I know how to pronounce her name, Curatorial Collective. And so without further ado, I'd love to welcome Penny and Lucy to the stage.
Ooh, that's a great start, isn't it? Right. I'll just stick it on the side, assuming it still works. Hello, can you hear us? Yeah, okay. Just before we start, I just wanted to chuck something into the mix here. I'm old enough to have been around in the feminism of the late 60s and the early 70s. It was wild. It was furious. People stormed out, people stormed in, and this is including in university contexts. I've been at lectures where people charged at each other from opposite sides of the room. Somebody bit someone. And it's just that sort of, I just feel I need to say that because we are so civilized.
Feel free to throw things at us.
Yes. If we're talking about feelings, you know, about needing to get to that level of feelings, there needs to be a permission or no, not even permission. It needs a recognition and an acceptance of anger, and a drive to take that energy, because anger is energetic. I mean, it's making me and to turn it into action. So I'm just chucking that out. I don't. Thank you. I don't think we're going to have an angry presentation, but you never know. We might do, yes. So this is a collaboration between Lucy and me. We both live in West Cornwall. It's left. Oh yeah, well, sorry. Well, you sort of live in. You haven't left yet. Well, yesterday. And our book begins from an experience, direct experience of living there, of the landscape, of the rocks, of the cliffs. It's wild, it's beautiful, and it's almost impossible to be there and not feel. It really gets to you. So that's the origin of.
It's also, I should add, an exploited, pillaged, raped, hysterectomized landscape, and I think that has a very profound impact on lots of women or lots of people who live there. Feeling of yeah, the exploitation is something that I think we both feel very strongly with our body.
Absolutely. So this is the book that we've made together. I'm not entirely sure how it came about. Can you remember? What did we do? How did we start?
I think we've tried to go through this a number of times and we never really can find the origin of this book, but we met 10 years ago when I moved to West Cornwall and we started being part of this discussion seminar group, and we found ourselves very kind of constantly talking to each other, and then out of that came a number of projects and texts and conversations which I think kind of morphed into this book in about 2018 or something, 2019. And then through Roja and Ruth at Arcadia Missa, it sort of formalized into a really kind of intense project that took about 3 years to be realized, and together, back and forth.
I think one of the things for me, though I write poetry, I do all sorts of things, and whatever I do seems to be a response to the demands of whatever the project is. In terms of I'm very interested in what was the discussion that was going on before about language, and that it's where, I mean, language can change, language does change. And it's how you come to that point where you can open language to be able to express the sorts of things that we want to express, the things that have been excluded, and how they become, how they can then become part of shaping experience, because language shapes experience as well, and so does sound. And so I'm very interested, it's why I'm interested in poetry, is because what happens with sound, and how from between lines in poems, how one sound leads to another sound, leads to another, creating a different route.
Should we show a picture?
Yes, let's. Oh, I've got him. So this is Anna's introduction, which if you do, please buy the book, and if you do, it's for sale here. It's a terrific introduction. We're very grateful to Anna for that. This is a map of the ancient sites in West Penwith. With perhaps you'd like to talk about that a little, Lucy.
Bos Cownoon is the exploding site at the bottom, the kind of star. Bos Cownoon is a sacred site. There's over 800 sites in Penwith, so it's a very kind of ancient place. But Bos Cownoon is a site that has really special resonance for me, but also for Penny. It just feels very, very cosmic, and very strange things happen there. And it feels like you're very protected, but you're also extremely exposed to everything that the universe is trying to throw at you. And yeah, it's the big one, I would say. So I suggest visiting it.
It's just to be really clear, all those little black dots and things, they're all sites, ancient sites in West Cornwall. And that area is known as Penwith, is the local name for it. This is one of our images.
This is an image, an inverted image from this show that I did in 2021 in Bristol, called Wet Room at Spike Island. Which it was so interesting hearing Rachel talk. I didn't know that piece by Maggie Gumbert. Yeah. I really ought to have known it, but my knowledge of these things is very patchy. I just kind of discover things, obsess about them, and then yeah. But it was just also, you have this kind of gift of precognition, I think, when you're making work, and I feel like I knew that piece whether I knew it or not, because I made a bathroom with a scrying mirror in it, and said a lot of things that sound quite similar about looking in it. Also, it was reflecting paintings that I'd made behind it, so you could see the painting and yourself. So you were kind of like multiple faces, and the water was flowing from the Eye of Horus. There'll be more images from this show. Maybe we should move through the images a bit faster, because I'm worried that we're just going to go on and not get to the meat of the thing.
Here you are.
Okay, I'll do that. The creation of Bos Cownoon. This is the stone circle that we're talking about, and this is Penny basically responded to paintings that I had made over the past 5 or 4 years, and having had many conversations together. I mean, we've never really discussed the cross-generational thing, which is obviously academically quite interesting, but to us, I don't feel that it exists really.
No, I don't. Well, I'm 35 years older than you or something.
We never think about that. But I can say from listening to one of the brilliant talks earlier that I realised that, because I have just left Cornwall, perhaps not permanently, but I've been living there for a decade. And I realized that I went from maiden to mother within that time. So the archetype shifted. So in my own life, I feel very kind of connected to that, but in our relationship, I don't feel it at all. So, and I think that's important to say, because a lot of the work is about being circular and repetition and going back to tropes and motifs.
And just to be really clear, I mean, I took Lucy's paintings, chopped them up, you know, online, that is, not literally, and wrote things in response. And whether or not the words stayed as they were was Lucy's decision. So we swapped the responsibility for words and images. We negotiated it then and came to final decisions. And we didn't really finalize any pages until we both said yes.
Everything had to feel very activated. And I think that, to me, the feeling of the sacred sites and the various sacred sites that we both visit regularly and are very connected to had to come across. And, you know, even though it's a very kind of hectic, there's a real glut of imagery and words and poetry in the way they work together. There's also these spaces, and the spaces, I think, you know, speak more in a way. They sing.
That is very like what happens in us when you go to a sacred site or when you realize you're near one. Because there's one of my favorite bits on a cliff that I didn't know that it was a sacred site. And I've just felt the pull to go there.
And that's Kindler's Bowl where the Leyland comes in.
Yeah, it's just really, really surprising. I still, you know, I'm quite a rationalist in some ways, and I'm still very surprised. It's very real and it's very strong.
And I have always felt, especially at Boscawen Noon, I once had an MRI scan because nothing scary, but for the fact that I have synesthesia, which is a brilliant thing to have. And I often feel when I'm in a sacred site that I'm in an MRI scan. So the magnetic resonant feeling is so powerful. So this is what we're trying to get across. I'm a total believer in all of this, but I'm also very interested in unpicking it. And I think that push and pull in both of us and between us is very generative. I want to have a go with this.
No, you hang on to it.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say about that.
the myth of Boscawen Noon is that it was created as a response to women dancing on the Sabbath. So, and they're petrified women turned to stone. And this image became quite powerful for me, the idea of the petrified women, especially around Me Too and that kind of moment of like not having to be petrified anymore in a sense. I mean, I don't believe that. You know, we're still petrified in some ways, but this idea of this kind of motif of the petrified women and then kind of subverting that was quite, yeah, important for me. And in relation to this kind of creation myth of Boscawen Noon. And then Arctan is such an interesting image.
I was so I kind of blanked. I had an interesting conversation earlier on, actually, in relation to some of the things the previous speakers were talking about, and how the moment at which a word, the physicality of a word, can take you somewhere, and that was really a really significant part of how I chose to organize these pages. They are organized, I think mostly this one is mostly as I organized it. Several of them go across the middle of the page, so that, and a huge thanks to Arcadia Missa for the job that they've done. It's just amazing. We both, when we opened the books, we just, oh God, fantastic, you know, just we were so nervous about whether it was going to really work out in book form, because obviously we've done it all online.
Yeah,
So
I think the image quality is incredible, and that's very important to me because a lot of the paintings use things like wax or projected imagery from acetate transfers. I became since living in Cornwall, I was had a lot of psychoanalysis and become quite kind of obsessed with psychoanalysis as a practice, or as a way of, you know, the various teachings. And I was thinking a lot about utilizing some of the language from psychoanalysis in painting, like literally transposing it. So, and also the materials, so wax, using wax resist in the paintings. And in some of the paintings, you can really see the wax coming through. Not this one, unfortunately.
Well, the thing about psychoanalysis actually was a really significant part of bringing me to visual art, because I started out in literature. And in the 70s, I mean, psychoanalysis was everywhere. Lacan, endless conferences of Lacan, also when people go storming about and leaving and throwing things. And so it was, the way we talk about psychoanalysis now is different and much more interesting. It's much more feminist informed, because in those days, the sort of feminist approaches to psychoanalysis happened in small groups, in consciousness raising groups, certainly not in the big fora. It just was barely present, and you got shouted down if you tried to speak.
I think a lot of these paintings have came out of my kind of wrestling with the problem of Jung for a few years, and really finding it extremely difficult and sort of coming round to it a bit more. But it's interesting, this relation between Sarah's talk, the Sheila. This one is called Self-Portrait as a Celtic Sheila. And then can you talk about the apotropaic?
Yes, it's just the apotropaic is, as you can see, that with the power to avert evil. And aposiopesis is the power to halt speech. And if you think of the two together in terms of averting evil and halting speech, it's like, what's that moment? And what can happen in that moment? So it creates an opening. And so the opening, as with the Sheila, the vaginal, the female opening, just felt to me that this needed to be a very simple page. It just needed to let that emerge to be an opening.
This was the painting that I was talking about, that you could see the face through the scrying mirror in the bathroom in the wet room show. And I think this is also why the reproductions are so important in this book, because it uses a lot of charcoal with very matte acrylic paint and then moments of oil paint, and you can really feel that. And then the way that Penny and Ruth have worked with that, it's very subtle, and that's to try and get across those feelings that you would have at a sacred site, say at, you know, at dusk at Boscow Noon on Halloween, which is an amazing time to be there, or an All Souls night.
Yes.
Yeah, just trying to get that kind of feeling of the body, the communion with nature, the body. Painting for me is a way of kind of, in a way, it's before having a child or two children, I think it's the only time that I could ever really be in my body. And that's so interesting. And then childbirth takes you to a new kind of place.
And for me, this connects quite a lot with yoga practice. I practice yoga every day. Iyengar yoga, it means you hold the poses for quite a long time. And it's through the holding of the pose that gradually you get to whatever it is, that moment, which is sort of this breath and breath of time. And you're seeking that. And for me, I mean, it doesn't look yogic, but it feels very yogic for me, what's behind this. And I like the idea of, there is an austerity about yoga, or an apparent austerity, particularly Iyengar, and it's very strict and very sort of, and yet when you, the brief moments when you actually get there, usually when I'm on my head, actually, upside down, it's so rich. And that's somehow for me, it's in there.
Right. I've got 5 minutes.
We've got 5. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good grief.
I know, we need to. Well, that is a great page.
This was very much connected with the sort of things that I've already said, actually, about the moment at which speech becomes vision.
And this is a more slapstick moment, and with the wax resist, I mean, for my painting, not with the, but also it's just a bit more playful, isn't it? It could
Yes,
almost
it
be
is,
in a
yes.
children's book, this. And this is something that I am, corn dolls became quite possessed by. I spent a lot of time this decade at the Museum of Witchcraft in Boscastle, communing with the dolls, making my own dolls. And this is probably my favorite spread. I feel like it looks like it's so bodily. Like
I love this painting of yours.
incredible butchery. Because it's so enigmatic, mysterious, but then for me it's done in the combination of the two, but the poem and the painting. But it's for me, the wax is really important. The wax underpainting, and then the basically overlay. This book is all about overlay, isn't it? This is my other favourite spread.
It's a relatively small detail of one of your paintings, isn't it?
I mean, I would love to address a lot of the things that Rachel was saying about in the more kind of academic side of it, and the turn to ritual and goddess, and why somebody of my generation would be interested in that. And I think because I think it's the thing that's kind of what you were saying about Mary Beth Edelson and where you're situating yourself. I have to also admit that I'm very obsessed with painting, and making good paintings, and making paintings that speak to painting discourse, and the way that and for better or worse, being situated within the art world and the commercial sector or whatever. But how you can, so there's something kind of opportunistic and kind of unsavory about appropriating some of that kind of knowledge, and then trying to put that into a personal kind of isolated artwork. So for me, this project with Penny kind of opens that up. So it takes, I'm trying to make numinous paintings, I would say, but then adding this layer of numinousness to them, so it goes somewhere completely new. That's why I'm so in love with this book.
That's so brilliant. I
Sorry.
think that's all right, but I think probably go on if you like. One of the things I did want to say was about the relationship to the cyborg. This probably seems a long, long way away from the cyborg, but I don't see any any discontinuation, if you like, between what's online and what's in the world. That it's a continuum. I mean, you can't have a computer without somewhere a chip. There is a continuum, however small. And I think that notion of continuity is very enriching for me in being able to read stuff about cyborgs. I mean, I write digital poetry as well, using the digital in relation to language, because you've got the digital language in relation to natural language, and you can play between the two. And some of the poetry that I do with digital poetry, there is an element of chance in it, which I really love, because one of the poet that that I've written most about and that I have liked the most is Mallarmé, Stéphane Mallarmé. And although he's a man who enormously explored the feminism, the feminine, and he needed to do that in order to innovate in language the way that he did in a nutshell. I mean, that needs arguing and unpicking, but basically that's the thing. And it works wonderfully with this. He was a friend of Manet. He was a friend of all the major painters of his day. In other words, he came close to the visual, and it's that rapprochement, if you like.
So shall I just move through very
Yes.
quickly now? I think we've been trying to make something perfect for both of us. But it's nice to work towards something perfect. I've been, possessed by my maternal line as well, which is, they're constantly trying to kind of come to terms with genealogies, let's say, of, art historical and, DNA ones. And I think the invocation of that, it's always been very kind of present between us, but we don't really need to talk it. We've gone beyond the personal, I suppose is what I'm trying to say, into something that's very kind of expansive for both of us, I think.
Can you just go back to the previous? Lots of people that we've shown the book to, and so they've commented on what a wonderful line of mine, matrilineal ghosts of futures past. It's Lucy's line. So she has the poetic, and I mean, I mean it seriously, that there is an understanding in relation to language that we share.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Lucy and Penny, for a wonderful talk. Today my name's Patricia Bryan, and I'm going to be talking with Sue Fahey, I always say it incorrectly, about the taming of radical women artists. Suddenly, they have entered common parlance, archives, affect, and representing eco-feminist art. Right. And I'm going to read. Eco-feminist artists and their often unconventional methodologies and practices have a difficult history, ranging from being generally ignored, but equally being charged with essentialism from feminist critics. I will focus my brief discussion around feminist difficulties with eco-feminist goddess spirituality activisms and art practice as a way to contextualise the current re-enchantment with non-conformist artists. This is not to sensationalise rifts within feminisms, but to highlight why artists like Monica Cho and her contemporary performance artist Jill Smith have not been part of the feminist canon till recently, and to consider contemporary eco-feminist art by the Polish artist Cecilia Malik in this light. The spiritual and especially goddess-infused cultural feminism was often perceived to be deeply problematic by liberal feminists. Catherine Roundtree states that it has been seen by key feminist theorists as an apolitical cop-out from feminist struggles, as counterproductive feminist utopianism, as embracing and essentialising connection between women and nature, and as fostering passivity, self-absorption and submission in women by substituting a derivative of the Christian God. This rejection of goddess spirituality largely echoed a rejection of ecofeminism amongst many feminist theorists for being too essentialist, and played out in the same time in the spurning of radical ecofeminist artists engaging in this creative space. According to Jennie Klein, the importance of ritual, environmental and leftist politics and embodied art was at the forefront of feminist art in the 1970s. For example, Mary Beth Edelson's commitment to feminist spirituality, replete with goddess worldview and leftist political causes, not only make her a pariah from the funding world in the 70s, but equally amongst liberal feminist critics, according to Klein. Klein notes that until recently, the goddess is the unacknowledged white elephant in the room of feminist body art. She refers to an article, Klein, by Judith Barry and Sandy Flitterman Lewis, published in 1980 in Screen, and then the Feminist Art Journal in 81-82, which dismissed goddess body art in favour of a more theoretically informed art, and considered feminist spiritual art as a risk to serious critique of representation and language. They wrote that the glorification of essential female art power is an essentialist position because it is based on the belief in a female essence residing somewhere in the body of women, vaginal forms, mysticism, ritual, and the postulation of a female mythology to be an aesthetics of simple inversion, based on Western thinking with its hierarchical binaries of domination and subordination. The female body, unless correctly represented, the earth goddess and ritual practice were cast out of the canon, and yet the niggling and often overt political activism inherent in much of these artists' works remained an uneasy reminder of their durational commitment to cosmo-ecological beliefs and praxis. Feminist theorist Joanne Mallory notes that perhaps in actuality, ecofeminist spirituality is too political for the tastes of some, even some feminists who would wish to retain some sort of human dominance. The Research and Rediscovering of Women Artists project is an ongoing program of feminist art critique. Within this, artists working in spiritualist traditions are now found to be increasingly relevant in the postmodern era. The discovery of women's spiritual art was heralded in the Hilma af Klint Paintings for the Future exhibition at the Guggenheim in 2018-19, the Record Breaker exhibition in the museum's history, referred to in Jennifer Higgie's recent book, The Other Side. Furthermore, and alongside this, ecofeminist artists have been rearticulated into the broader consideration of female spiritual and embodied ecological art, with ecofeminist artists like Shaw and Smith being recognised for their importance in this genre. Jill Smith's significant body of work involving performance and pilgrimage, women magic and deep goddess spirituality was all but forgotten about till Jane Goldman from Glasgow University set about reinstating Smith into the archive of Fruit Market Gallery in Edinburgh. Goldman worked with her archive of work from the 70s and early 80s when she was a performance artist in partnership with the late Bruce Lacey. She had been lost after changing her married name from Jill Lacey. Her book, The Gypsy Wheel, was also reissued by the gallery. As an independent artist, she had been largely forgotten. Her devotional and durational travelling projects were embodied installations in a spiritual and artistic practice tied deeply to the land and goddess spiritualities. Many ecofeminists drew much of their political will from their spiritual practice. However, the goddess connection was often seen as a problematic element. Mallory notes that spirituality and the tension surrounding it represents a place where theory and politics come together, a site of dialectical engagement between deconstructions, critiques of spirituality, and the need exhibited by many activists for symbols, rituals, and myth. The activism embedded within these practices is now recognised for their insight and depth. Is it an apologetic late recognition that artists like Shaw and Smith, previously forgotten or cancelled, now have their practices considered, discussed, exhibited? Or rather a celebration that the trailblazers had it right from the start? I was introduced to Monica Shaw's work through the Being Human Festival in 2020 when I attended an online symposium about this ecofeminist artist activist. Her work was striking, still controversial, and her practice encompassed spiritual modes aligned with an ecofeminist political lens. I wanted to include her in Invoking Absence in 2021, part of a relational and episodic exhibition series incorporating ecofeminist research and curatorial practice, which focused on counter-narratives and alternative life worlds resistant to the meta-narratives of colonial capitalism. Working with the late Hannah Lowry from the Feminist Archive South and Sue Fahey from Monica Show Curatorial, I selected 5 monoprint posters from Show documenting the recurrent themes of the cosmic mother in her work and her involvement in multiple ecofeminist radical spiritual collectives and art exhibitions. Show's political posters opened the space and represented the currency and stretch of ecofeminist practice, which, as previously mentioned, has been re-embraced or discovered as a dynamic and shifting ecology of activisms, feminisms, and spiritualities relevant in responding to the Ecocene era. Her work resonated with what I had experienced personally since moving to Stroud in 2015. The spiritual underpinnings of the ecofeminist activisms of the late Polly Higgins, an ecocene, ecocide law advocate, and Dr. Gail Bradbrook of XR, and other women activists that I circled with, learning the ways of intuitive plant knowledges, articulated the active importance of earth-based embodied pagan spirituality inherent in much ecological feminist activisms. This echoed the politics of the Greenham Common movement, and Monica Show was part of that durational holding of ecofeminism, ecospirituality, and art aligning in activism. Ecofeminist art modes, however, continue to be controversial. Outside of the canon, society's discomfort with the body, embodied art activism, and discomfort with the role of motherhood still brings up the charge of essentialism in contemporary art practice, similarly to earlier artists in this genre. Cecilia Malik is a Polish ecofeminist performance artist who crosses lines of embodied motherhood and eco-art activism. Polish Mothers on Stumps is one of Malik's environmental protest performances. Her work, according to Tatiana Bakhmetyeva, is effective in drawing public attention to the issues of deforestation and degradation of green urban spaces. Yet it is still reduced at times to essentialism because Malik's political activism is seen to be rooted in maternalism. The image of an embodied feminist peace activism and eco-feminist activism, according to Bakhmetyeva, continues to be problematic. So she interprets Malik's work by going around charges of maternalism and essentialism through a carnivalesque lens. Polish Mothers is removed from its expected context, even as it references the conservative political rhetoric of motherhood and breastfeeding as natural. The mother participants sit posing on felled tree stumps, breastfeeding in a dystopian landscape, mimicking the Catholic Church's historic Madonnas. Bakhmetyeva states that in this representation, motherhood is not as an essential feature of femininity, a personal choice, a woman's social responsibility, or a private endeavour, but in this case, a public performance. I think it is important to see how a contemporary ecofeminist artist's work in its eco-spiritual, embodied and eco-activist manifestations is, in this case, permitted critical space outside of the structure of the feminist lens, i.e. through a Bakhtinian carnivalesque frame. I'm not suggesting that this theoretical discomfort augurs further sidelining of difficult ecofeminist art, or am I? Presenting ecofeminist art is not a fait accompli. It has taken decades for shows presented. It is important that curators, critics, etc., continue to be open-minded and give critical space to frontline ecofeminist artists, especially if their practices are complex and sometimes difficult. Thank you. Thanks, Sue.
We're practicing a kind of call and response here between the two of us. And I'm sort of Scottish So I'm going to do a bit of a polemic, just to give a trigger warning on that. So in response to that very erudite call for bridging theory and practice, my response is one of quiet anger, and it is to look through the lens of performing resistance, which is clearly a live activism today, and one that is carried through from legacy artists in the 60s and 70s, some still alive, like Yoko Ono, Marina Abramovic, and Monica Hier sadly passed away. There are artists who are offering up a polemic for their times that's now residing in their archives, but is still capable on emergence of forcing a dialogue through affect and encounter, not comfortable in the art world. In the here and now, through that lens of the survey shows, this is still, I feel, current, with Yoko Ono curating her own show at Tate Modern, Marina Abramovic dictating her terms at the RA, Monica Hier more mediated through curators. But I think what's really important is we can see from these shows and feel that ecofeminism is now seen not as unconventional, not as an accepted methodology to identify, select, process, and analyze our principles, but it comes into play in this era of ecocide as quite valid, this idea of performing resistance. And there's a growing need for a dialogue and an invested conversation, states Phil McDermott, actor and director, that he feels you have to create an environment in which all these things come into conversation with each other, however uncomfortable. And he says an inclusive entanglement can bring together oral histories, archived material, and the art, bringing us closer to the real story, and in this case, a richer her story, in my and other people's view. So methodologically, presenting these strands concurrently allows the viewer, the listener, the audience to become entangled in the past and the present lens, and now consider future stories. This is a thought echoed by Rain Eisler, Jaquetta Hawkes, and Marija Gimbutas et al., whose premise as archaeologists and mythmakers is very much to work with affect and an encounter of the legacy of the sacred feminine, but against uncertainty. So William MacAskill argues for using, in this case, value theory in to hedge against uncertainty in the book, What We Owe the Future, A Million-Year View, which he published in 2022. And this is very important because here, sculpted out in the words of Yoko Ono in 1966, who wrote the text to the Wesleyan people on how art functions. And she wrote it for herself and in her proposition for us all, through our inherent state of uncertainty about what can art do, what does art mean. She wrote, "The mind is omnipresent. Events in life never happen alone, and history is forever increasing its volume. At this point, what can art offer? If it can at all to me, it seems it's an absence of complexity. It's a vacuum through which you are led to a state of complete relaxation of mind. After that, you may return to the complexity of life again. It may not be the same, or it may be that you never return, and that is your problem." So she was making art that realized it's not about waiting for that future time when the change we seek is materialized, not playing out a life in rehearsal, but accepting that we all breathe the same air and acknowledging that it takes time to create geographies of kinship. And she directly experienced being an outsider in the art world for many years, which people forget that she did and was blamed for marrying a Beatle, breaking up the Beatles. She had many sort of problematic terms associated with it. So I think making works, she made works that enable ritual and challenge the dominant gaze and raise the question of who is allowed to tell whose stories and recognized an imbalance of power. And in her book, Grapefruit, this is the first cover that happened, was created in America. The new book is yellow with a picture of Yoko Ono. A book of instruction art, which at the time was seen to be problematic because it didn't create art, it allowed other people to create art. And Bella Merlin, in her book, exploring the psychophysical in performing, because the book was about performing for many people. The complete Stanislavski toolkit in 2007 invokes this father of contemporary acting practice and performance. And she notes that he wrote in the 1930s that the essence of art is not in its external forms, but in its spiritual content. So Yoko Ono picks up his baton in her sense of instruction clearly staying with the concept of an artist having full use of their own spiritual human material, because that is the only stuff from which they can fashion a living soul within their practice and call on their ancestral spirits. So I would claim here there's a chain of inspiration when echoing legacy artists' lives, impulses and signature akin to those of rare plants in nature when imported into the infrastructures of the art world. Do they belong more to the public realm where they can breathe and flourish, or do they actually belong more to socially engaged soils that would cherish their impulse and share their struggle? Or is the conscience of curators desiring to tame them and take down the devil's rope, the barbed wire that kept them out for so long, hoping they will now flourish where they now find themselves in our museums and institutions? And do they retain their potency? Will they be able to broadcast from these bastions of the establishment their distinctively courageous stories that were previously unsung within their walls? And I would here cite Shakespeare. I am citing men, I have to say. Controversial legacy play, The Taming of the Shrew, which was written in circa 1502. If we choose to view the play as a living, evolving entity, one whose implications grow with every passing performance, The Taming of the Shrew gives its audience enormous power. It's the power to view gender roles. Sorry, excuse me. Critically, to reject patriarchally dominated and dictated measures of worth. And maybe this is a reframing we're experiencing now in the curation of women artists in our public galleries. And I ask this question and propose that one answer lies in consciously mapping legacy art into the felt experience, inherently paying attention to the need to reflect the artist or artist's conversation at the heart of the intervention or encounter, to ensure a fresh social and cultural insight into either archives, personal or public, collections or places, definitively avoiding a restorying, taking a tidy approach to their unruly words, their unruly tendrils often armed with thorns, their untidy polemics and dangerous alliances. And by its very nature, contemporary art requires political edge and spiritual renewal to invigorate future approaches to curating, offering a care for her stories in their essence of resistance and repair for the equality of representation and diversity of intergenerational voices. Emotionally live ideas need room to breathe and evolve, not fall to being chronologically tidy through interpretation, devoid of the disruptive call. And as Florence said, the anger in that call and response. As the novelist Octavia Butler writes in A Few Rules for Predicting the Future in 2000, so why try to look ahead and predict the future at all if it's so difficult and so nearly impossible? Because making predictions is one way to give warning when we see ourselves drifting in dangerous directions, because prediction is a useful way of pointing out safer and wiser courses, and offering warnings is in itself an act of hope. And the environmentalist Marianne S. Heckler picks this up in a recent essay where she underscores the sense of hope as she states she sees love, which was often emanated in these works, particularly John Lennon and Yoko Ono's Notopia. So not dystopia or utopia, but Notopia, which has opened again for membership if anyone feels like rejoining or joining. And she feels that love is the most powerful weapon in an environmentalist arsenal alongside kin-making. So in conclusion, hope is what I hold for a move into relational curating and allowing for a knowing of why the caged bird sings, in the words of Maya Angelou in 1969, in her book, which was subsequently banned in the United States in 1983. And I think the journey of her book is a case study into how freedoms wax and wane due to their political framing and subsequent reappraisals. And we hope the goddess returns to protect the earth. No, no, you're right.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Thank you so much for those presentations. I've got like lots of untidy notes that I'm going to just sort of slowly make my way through. I'm aware that we have slightly run over, so I'm going to take the liberty of adding about 15 minutes out of the lunch break. I hope that's okay. If that's a problem for any of you, feel free to just go and help yourself. I'm sure the food will all be there if you're ravenous. That's totally fine. But I'm going to start actually just talking a little bit about a relationship with a woman in this room, because what I thought was so interesting about your relationship was this kind of intergenerational relationship that's been very productive and generative. And I wanted to just say that Juliet Wimhurst is in the audience, who's 40 years older than me. And she's been my total, could you just raise your hand, Juliet? I want everyone to know who you are. Juliet's been incredibly important to the kind of making of the exhibition, and was kind of my spirit guide in the making of the exhibition. And we had this sort of similar call and response relationship. And I feel sort of there's a lovely mirroring of your partnership and the sort of making of the exhibition. And I think what I found quite interesting curatorially, which I think speaks to some of your presentations, is that in the making of this exhibition, I feel like I have perhaps worked in a different way, that it's not been sitting in a library looking at books. It's been much more kind of iterative, much more kind of tuning into something which is not your traditional way of making an exhibition. And that's been being open to things, and things really have sort of found me in a sort of slightly interesting way that I think does speak to this idea of ritual and a kind of spiritualism, which I've been very interested in. Just to give you an example, Banu Kapil, who will be speaking as part of the book launch later on, and has written a kind of ritual to the Mary Beth Edelson photograph that you showed. She arrived for coffee, I'd never met her before, with a tarot pack. And she was just taking it out of her bag that was made by an artist in America. Again, I'd never seen a tarot pack before. I had no idea that the cards are quite so enormous. And of course, the card that literally fell out was the goddess card. So she read my tarot, and it was really amazing. It was that moment of like, this is how you can make a show, like, you know. And I thoroughly enjoyed the process, and I feel like I have had to sort of tune in to something else. I can't tell you what that is, but it's definitely not a familiar feeling for me, which goes back to like the morning's discussion around feelings. I wanted to talk about well, West Penwith as well, and also make a point that in the exhibition there's a work by Jill Lewin, who is an artist who for me is very symbolic, because she made these beautiful kind of monoprints of the landscape of West Penwith. And the series originally was called Eve, but then she changed it to Gaia. And it's this amazing kind of coastline or landscape that is also kind of reminiscent of the female body. And I think this idea of the body and these kind of spiritual sites, and how one sort of brings that into the work, I think is really interesting and has a kind of direct correlation. Interestingly, she died in 2010, I think, and the work was donated by her sister. So I think that's a sort of really interesting of this kind of sisterhood and networking and formative relationships. So I guess my question is, I would just also really like to hear about, when you go to these ancient sites, what do you do? What do you do there? Because for Monica Shu, I know she went to Avebury and took hallucinogenics, and so there's actually this act of engaging with a place, feeling those feelings. I'm interested to know what do you do when you're there? What do you feel, and how does that then inform your work more directly?
Do you want to start with responding to that, or shall I?
You go.
Right,
Go.
okay.
I mean, it's up to you. Don't mind.
Well, it varies. The first thing that I always do is stop. And usually I sense that I need to walk somewhere, or there are some, there's one in particular that you can actually, with a hole that you can pass through. And sometimes I feel really strongly that I must not do something. The very first times I realized that there was something to all this rubbish, as I thought then, was when I first went to Avebury, in fact, and tried to walk the wrong way round with the shins. Do you know I couldn't? I absolutely was rooted to the spot. It was going to make me cry. It was a long, long time ago, and it was so strong. Whoops, over to you.
Yeah, it changes, it varies, it depends. Like you can be in quite a mischievous kind of mood at some of these places. You definitely feel like they're kind of pixies or piskies, as we say in Cornwall, who are guiding you. Very strange things can happen. I wrote about something that happened in the Monica She book, actually. Weird things happen at Boscawen, but one time I met a woman who just arrived from Brisbane because her shaman had told her she had to fly directly to go to Boscawen. And she was sitting there and she'd lost her car keys for her hire car. And then I spent the whole afternoon trying to help her find her hire keys. They're just completely gone. And then these people came who were doing Tai Chi at the site. It's very social. So they were doing Tai Chi while we were looking for her hire key for hours. And then I had to drive her back to her hotel, but it was all very kind of bizarre. There's people doing weird things at these sites a lot of the time. And sometimes it kind of can be a bit kind of creepy. It can be a bit of mental. You feel that there's some kind of slightly neo-Nazi vibe sometimes.
But Menentol's been changed a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah,
It's sort of-
Menentol's the hold stone.
And there are others as well, actually, that have been adjusted and corrected over time, and so
there are some scary ones that I don't go to. There's one that I would get ill every time I went to. But it's a lot of, if you want to kind of utilize it, then there's kind of healing things you can do.
it's always revelatory,
Yeah,
one way or another.
yeah, exactly.
Another question I have for you, Lucy, is that I also thought the two words, the atropaic and the
Possiopete.
thank you. Between those two words is a sort of holding space. And then it made me think of portals as like, do you see your work as being kind of portals to that space in between?
Ideally, if it works, I'm the kind of painter that has to make so much work and then discard a lot of it. I think I overproduce, but sometimes when you hit it and get the feeling, then definitely it can, but it can take a long time to realize that as well. I have a lot of stuff lying around and often it takes other people to say, but yeah, when they work, I think they have something kind of transporting about them for better or worse, they can not always in a good way. And that's usually why people don't want to live with them. Unfortunately. And I was told recently that one of my works was so haunted that somebody had her house cleansed and the cleansing person told her to get rid of it. So that was very interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know, it just happened.
Wow.
That's not to say they're at art fairs. People are walking around going, yeah.
I literally have nothing to lose at the moment.
So turning to Patricia and Sue, I was struck in the presentation about, and again, this is something that's come up this morning, about the views of some. The some people think, some people think, some people think. And I just wondered, and you were talking a lot about the sort of the critical frameworks around ecofeminist artists and how that needs to, I loved your thing about being more untidy and trying to make that more visible within the construction of books and exhibitions and interpretation. I guess I would like to hear your view about, there's been this amazing kind of series of exhibitions about Monica She's retrospective and Women in Revolt, and And just sort of what are the sort of just as a curator, I'm always looking for how to do things better, or just how to change the practice in order to very much be receptive to current thinking and the critical dialogue around these things. And is that something that you see happening in these shows? Do you feel that is taking place, or at least are there places where you've seen it done really effectively, rather than it's just, yeah.
I could say as a sort of case study that I think there is a differential in people like Yoko Ono, who's still alive and it is in control of her estate, even though she has a manager and things. And she has decided this year that the Glasgow Contemporary Festival, her wish tree will go to the Glasgow Women's Library, not a gallery. Because her interest is in inclusivity and in new audiences. And I think that's quite telling. And that's not managed by a manager, it's managed by the fact that we published a zine, which I've given you a copy of, that was read at Glasgow Women's Library. It's been read at Goldsmiths Art Library, which is about young persons and intergenerational people talking about being inspired by an artist like Monica here and what the goddess movement. And in some cases, she had parallel lives. Some people never even knew she was a painter. They thought she was a campaigner. Other people in America think she's a writer and they believe in the cosmic mother. So people came at her from so different ways. And I think Yoko Ono felt, you know, there was this idea that legacy artists should be contributors to a dialogue, which will happen at the library, which probably wouldn't happen in a gallery. It might happen within a program, not to critique galleries, but it's a different thing, isn't it? So I think there is I'm calling it a shift. I'm also quietly angry about people trying to tame some of these very resistant artists. And I thought Marina Abramovic, by doing her vigil at the RA, which wasn't commented on, but it actually was picking up one of Yoko Ono's pieces in her instruction book, where people just touched each other's shoulder and held them for 10 minutes. It was quite a hard thing to do, and there was complete silence. And I think there is a power to these women who, Monica Giraud was about endurance, Marina Abramovic is endurance, and Yoko Ono has endured. And I don't think they should be tamed. I think their voices need to be heard, because they are dangerous, some of the things they talked about. They're not culturally appropriating anything, because in the 60s and 70s, that word didn't exist. You know, people were curious about other cultures and probably accidentally or naively could have been appropriating, but they weren't doing it in that kind of way. And if we look at the fact that Yoko Ono is Japanese, Marina Abramovic is from Eastern Europe, and Yoko Ono, a third person, Monica Giraud, was born in Sweden, although she spent a lot of time in the UK. So I think culturally there's different voices speaking, depending perhaps on the politics of nationalism. I don't know.
Yeah, I would also probably add to that. I think with a lot of like eco-feminist art, it often does take place away from the centers of the art world. It is rurally based, or, you know, out in the wilder fringes. And I think when exhibitions take place away from, you know, the sort of the centers of the art world, that can also give it some more meaning, in place meaning. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to you all and to online to see if you have any questions before we break for lunch.
It's for Penny and Lucy. Your book looks amazing and numerous of the things that I think you wanted it to be. I'm interested in that Eye of Horus on the cover. Your book is so much about place, and a very particular place, but that image and symbol comes from a very different place and time. And I'm wondering about your choice of that on the cover of your book.
This was from the research I was doing in the Museum of Witchcraft in like 2017 for a couple of years. And I've never really got to the bottom of it, to be honest, but it's a very, the Eye of Horus is a very kind of, people in the West Country historically saw it as a really I mean, everyone I think does, but there's a particular resonance for some reason for people in the West Country in relation to agrarian rights. And it comes up again and again in the Museum of Witchcraft and also in the Helston Museum. They just crop up wherever there's something connected to fertility or harvest. You see them in relation to the crying the neck, no, what is it? Yeah, the harvest festival in late August. Late August, yeah. Yeah. I don't really understand it. Maybe you. No.
Does it not occur in the tomb of Tutankhamun?
Yeah. Someone did explain it to me from the Museum of Witchcraft once that it something to do with the banishment rituals. God, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
But it's also sort of in a context that interests me a lot. I was actually born in Cairo, so things Egyptian interest me very personally, if not professionally. And the writing, the pictorialism and the writing are very close together, and I think that has influenced me quite a lot actually since early days. Did you want to say something more about the Eye of Horus?
Not specifically. I was just interested in your use of it because it's so much about a totally different place, and your book is so much about a place, and they're quite separate in my mind. But I'm interested to hear that there is a link and that they are maybe something that I'm not aware of in the history.
I think it's lost in the mist of time, but it definitely is something that crops up again and again, and it feels like they've kind of adopted it from because the Museum of Witchcraft has a whole collection of stuff from the Victorian times up until now, but it's because it was compiled by Cecil Collins. It's very kind of 50s. Yeah, so it just comes up again and again.
Just one more thing, if I may, and that I blanked in the middle of our presentation about arctan. I sort of sorry. It's no, but I've remembered what it is. I blanked partly because it's a mathematical term that I don't fully understand, but it's about a tangent, and it's about a strange kind of tangent, arctan, and that is very much the way in which we work. And have worked, and how this association just came to my head as it's very much an arctan. So
Could I just say something about the Eye of Horus? Because it's supposed to be like a cross-section of the pineal, which is your third eye, which the goddess has got the natural link to intuition, the link with spirit and matter. So it could be that you're intuitively linking to the psychicness, the third eye, receiving insight, wisdom, knowledge, hooking into the one mind. So that may be how your arctan has tangented and brought that in and woven it into the fabric of your images and text. It could be linking in that way, perhaps.
that's really interesting, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Aleister Crowley used it all the time. So I think it's been inherited as this kind of symbol that it's, it comes down from that very patriarchal line, I think. And people hold it very dearly, but
the patriarchal adoption of it. So it's kind of inversion from matriarchal to patriarchal, because it was originally a matriarchal asset, gift, blessing, of insight, because before there was a patriarchy, there was a matriarchy. And there was a golden era of 6,000 years of peace and prosperity, art and culture, love and spirituality that also lasted for 6,000 years. But what we're seeing now is the sort of, that's been overthrown and it's still trying to be overthrown. But what we're now seeing is maybe a natural resurgence to welcome the goddess back. She's been missed. Yeah. Yes, it's but there's like a natural pendulum swing. So when it swings so far out of balance, it has to come back through zero and then go back to the other extreme. So if we're sort of in the negative, so to speak, it has to come back naturally, a natural cycle.
Thank you. I think there was a question just in front. Yeah, great.
It's a very erudite question.
Can you make sure you're speaking to the
Sorry.
mic? Just I'm thinking of
A very erudite question, probably to Patricia maybe. What's the definition of essentialism?
So essentialism is making the link to the body and nature as a way of when you have the binarized positions of nature, culture, male, female, etc., etc. Essentializing women is a way of connecting women with nature, and in that paradigm of domination and subordination, then the natural is, or nature is, in the subordinate position. So by using things like maternalism or things that connect, art, for example, that connects with the body, with the experience of the body, you may essentialize your position and actually confirm its lower status within the patriarchy or the patriarchal system. Does that make sense? Probably not a good response either.
Okay, I think Jenny just has one comment and then we'll
Jenny
call
can
it.
probably say it a lot better.
Oh, yes. First of all, I want to thank all of you again for these terrific talks and for introducing me to a new Polish artist who I was not familiar with their work. I would point anyone who wants to kind of understand the difference between essentialism and constructed to Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick's Introduction to Epistemology of the Closet. It is an absolutely incredible text where she talks about the pitfalls of both essentialism and constructivism. So there's no real good or bad. And in fact, essentialism, it can be very, very, very powerful. And I think was used by Monica Schuh that way and Yoko Ono to a certain extent. So you probably can just request a copy of that through your library. If you have a library, you can request a chapter as a keynote. So Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick. So she's actually writing about gay and lesbian, but it still is. So, I mean, there's been a lot of essentialism in that sense too, but it still is an absolutely brilliant analysis.
Thank you, that was brilliant. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up so you can all have some nice bowl food, I'm told. And we're going to convene here at 2:30. The exhibition is open. So for those of you that don't know the building, you just cross the road back to the Porter's Lodge, keep going, take a left, go down a flight of stairs, and it's there. I hope that's very straightforward. Good. 1:30. 1:30, not 2:30. Thank you very much. So we have, 40 minutes. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much to all my balliners.
between those two things. Ooh. Uh, so in that sense, she's kind of, you know, if you were looking for figures in history who are useful to some extent, you know, she's one of the only people who's kind of bridging that gap. And there's a big part of the story that I missed in my presentation, which feeds the white goddess into Wicca and into witchcraft. And she was always very interested in those streams, but she also kind of is positioned as a researcher or kind of someone who likes to read and communicate with people who are developing these ideas in these groups, but maybe not necessarily partake in them herself. And so she was always kind of, and Amy Hale writes a lot about this in her work on Colquhoun, joining many different groups, seeing what she liked, throwing out what she didn't. And so that's the kind of story of her relation to the New Age, as she kind of comes to it with that inquisitive nature and reviews it. And there are, she writes about it in certain magazines and periodicals. But I've forgotten the second part of your question, so maybe hand over to Vanessa. Yeah.
How that shifts when sort of feminism comes, and obviously it's been there before in politics of women, but women's liberation comes along. Like, what does that do to the occult and her relationship to the occult, if anything?
Yeah, I think maybe something to say about the occult and spirituality and belief more generally is, I suppose there's a kind of instinct to think of it as apolitical or depoliticized, but I think throughout history, religion and belief is always extremely political. And if you look at early studies of, or research on theosophy, for example, Joy Dixon's Divine Feminism on the intersection between politics and theosophy in the kind of long 19th century, it's always been there. And so I think it's a continuation of that. I think what it means for us in terms of thinking where we are now, kind of post-feminism or at this place, it means that we can use perhaps some of the systems that think through ideas of transformation or transformability or mutability in bodies, and that get to the figure of the androgyne. But we also have to be critical and think that that cosmos was ordered by a very binary structure in a lot of these systems. And so it's always a case of kind of attending to the ambivalence of a lot of the beliefs throughout the whole kind of line of history.
Yeah, sorry. Just to say that I think that one similarity is how the White Goddess was obviously a really key book for Carrington as well. And she has like a relationship to that Celtic history, and that Celtic history is really close to pagan Wicca occult traditions. And so I think there's, in a way, what I was kind of interested in trying to show is that, you know, though the kind of witch and the goddess are kind of two sides of the same coin almost, and that actually a lot of this, you know, like the Barbara Ehrenreich and Deirdre English, you know, this kind of discussion on women's health was happening at the same time, you know, and looking at this history of witchcraft was happening at the same time as goddess. And so I thought that was kind of interesting to kind of think through in Carrington, because of also her relationship to then this history of or psychiatric history, and how that's very closely related in many ways.
Just before we finish, I thought that there was a tie-in with that question, Rachel, to your session and thinking about ritual, and going back to the concepts that came up earlier this morning about what we do with this material. So how do we deal with it outside of the parameters of a canonical, diachronic, you know, traditional art history that puts it in labels and in different, makes us read it in certain frameworks. And I wonder if there's something with the recent upturn in contemporary art thinking about magic that we can then apply to thinking, or we can borrow from as a way of reading through feminist art ritual practices as well, to that sort of overlaps what you're saying, Vanessa, as well. I think we have to continue this discussion over a break. We've got a 15-minute break now before our final session, and then there'll be a 30-minute tea break before the keynote. So this is just a quick, short comfort break. We'll be back in here at 3:30 for our final session of the day. Sorry, not at 3:30, at 2:45 for our final session of the day on techno goddesses and cyborgs. Thanks.
Oh, Grace is there.
Hello? Um,
1, 2. Hi, Amy.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Just count 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So you're on the main screen. So just to say that I will do the intros. I'll just sort of say the titles and the for the presentations, and then you'll be me.
Hello?
Yeah. Just talk normally.
Okay, yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome to our session 4, the final panel of the day before our keynote. I'm delighted to welcome Elisabetta Galetti, who is a PhD candidate, not candidate anymore. Just finished. Well, amazing, amazing. And by fellow of Murray Edwards College. And the title of her presentation is She Who Sees the Unknown, Mureshin Alahyari and the Decolonization of the Cyborg Goddess Assemblage. And she will be followed by Paula Buca, whose presentation is Techno Goddesses, Negotiating Gender and Labor in the Digital Age. And their session will be chaired by Associate Professor Amy Tobin, who is the Associate Professor in the History of Art Department in Cambridge, as well as being the Curator of Contemporary Programs at Kettle's Yard. So Amy will be joining us online towards the end of the presentation to kind of lead the discussion. So Elisabetta, welcome to the floor.
Thanks for the introduction. I'll start because it's quite a long presentation straight away. If Faraway claimed to be a cyborg rather than a motherly, earthy goddess, I claim to be a djinn rather than a cyborg. With these words, new media artist, activist, and educator Mureshin Alahyari ends the description of a research-based artistic project, She Who Sees the Unknown. Started in 2016 and concluded in 2021, She Who Sees the Unknown revisits 5 jinn figures, monstrous female and queer spirits of Arabian folklore and Islam, to explore, in the artist's own words, the catastrophes of colonialism, patriarchism, and environmental degradation in relationship to the Middle East. The project combines 3D modeling, scanning and printing, virtual reality, hypertext, physical and digital archiving, installation and performance to reclaim and memorialize under or misrepresented figures in Arabic and Islamic cultures. The 5 jinn figures featured in the project embody alternative models for technophilic, post-colonial, and genderqueer identities to counter Western-centric patriarchal cosmologies and narratives of techno-futurity. Alahyari's quote that evokes the figures of the goddess and the cyborg consciously situates She Who Sees the Unknown as part of a long-standing history of feminist criticism and activism that has been concerned with dismantling heteropatriarchal ontologies and epistemologies through the excavation or elaboration of alternative models of subjectivity that would challenge hierarchies and dualisms of immanence and transcendence, nature and culture, male and female, human and non-human. This history comprises the goddess spirituality movement, a Western gynocentric religious movement that originated in the 1970s with the aim to subvert the dominance of patriarchal religious discourses through the proposition of a matrifocal symbolic system centered around the figure of the goddess. And also the tradition of feminist technoscience studies, epitomized by Donna Haraway's formulation of the cyborg, a hybrid techno-materialist model of subjectivity that intended to overcome what Haraway saw as goddess feminisms, and I quote, unreflective participation in the logics, languages, and practices of white humanism, end to quote. Although Haraway's critique of goddess spirituality and her concluding declaration in a Cyborg manifesto that she would rather be a cyborg than a goddess appear to set up a dichotomy between these 2 figures and their related theoretical traditions, they are nevertheless closely intertwined. Later feminist critics have attempted to reconcile such a dualistic worldview that pits religion against secularism and contemporary technoscience against spiritual ecofeminism. In her 1999 essay, Cyborgs or Goddesses, Becoming Divine in a Cyber Feminist Age, theology scholar Elaine Graham emphasizes how both the goddess and the cyborg have been instrumental formulations in contemporary feminism to subvert mind, body, and nature culture dualisms and the gendered connotations related to them. Sharing the common aim of transcending essentialist notions of identity and promoting a more ethical relationship between humans and non-humans. To counter the dismissal of the symbolic power of the divinity in a cyber-feminist age, Graham turns to alternative feminist evocations of the divine, notably Lucy Gray's concept of sensible transcendental, that in her view allows for an understanding of divinity that does not fall into the reinstatement of an essentialist universal referent, but instead emphasizes a personal, contingent, and embodied model of divinity as a symbolic horizon of possibility that simultaneously challenges disembodied fantasies of techno-transcendence. In a similar vein to Graham, in her 1997 article To Be a Cyborg or a Goddess, Nina Licke considers the possibility of reconciling cyborg feminism and spiritual ecofeminist positions. Licke departs from ecofeminist scholar Vandana Shiva's critique of Haraway for her reproduction of a passive view of nature that Shiva sees as an inheritance of imperialist patriarchal capitalism, and calls instead for a recognition of nature as an active productive force, drawing from the concept of Prakriti in ancient Indian cosmology. In her article, Licke transcends the antagonistic pitting of Haraway's and Shiva's viewpoints, recognizing instead their common interest in redefining the relationship between human and non-human agents as one of non-oppressive interaction. Thus, Licke contemplates the possibility of articulating, and I quote, a third subject position which includes the cyborg as well as the goddess, and which makes it possible to trace subversive trends within the semiotic material world of high-tech science, and at the same time find them in quite different knowledge systems, worldviews, and productive practices. It is this possibility of finding a third term to overcome the goddess-cyborg dichotomy that this presentation addresses, considering Alayari's Cyborgian Jinn figures as models for a post-colonial cyborg goddess assemblage that also problematize the imperialist tendencies that, as many critics have noted, have persisted in both goddess and cyborg feminism, all the while undermining their Western-centric focus. Before I continue, I want to briefly introduce the figure of the jinn. Jinn are shape-shifting supernatural creatures of Arab folklore and Islam. The term jinn derives from an Arabic root meaning to conceal or cover with darkness. In the Quran, they are described as forming, together with humans and angels, the three sentient creations of God. While angels and humans inhabit the celestial and terrestrial realms respectively, jinn exist in the imaginal or intermediary realm. Unlike angels or devils, jinn have free will and can choose between good and evil, and although different from humans, they share some commonalities with them and can interact with them in positive or negative ways. As Arabic literature and culture professor Amira El-Zain argues, a consideration of the jinn can help debunk simplistic interpretations of Islamic cosmology as being predicated on rigid dualisms between immanence and transcendence, good and evil. And it is precisely this liminal quality that drew Alayari to the figure of the jinn as a symbol for her project of destabilization of East-West hierarchies and the binary between techno-futurity and religious history. In the next parts of my talk, I situate Alayari's work in a critical relation to Western goddess-inspired artistic practice, taking Marybeth Edelson's 1973 work Red Kali as a case study to highlight some of the common strategies and interests Alayari's project shares with an earlier tradition of goddess art, while also tackling the fraught question of cross-cultural appropriation in Western goddess feminism. I then briefly consider how unethical practices of cross-cultural appropriation and identification have also persisted in Haraway's formulation of the cyborg, finally arguing that Alayari's work offers situated models for emancipated subjectivities that resist essentializing and universalizing pitfalls. The interest in appropriating and refiguring monstrous female figures from existing religious systems and mythologies in She Who Sees the Unknown recalls a long-standing tradition of goddess-inspired artistic practice that looked to the past and to non-Abrahamic religions to find alternative representations of femininity to those proposed by the phallocentric symbolic system of Abrahamic traditions. Describing the reasons that drew her to the figure of the jinn, Alayari explained, and I quote, "Thinking about ancient female figures, I've always been more interested in monsters, dark goddesses, and jinn than angels and earthly goddesses that I think feed back into patriarchal expectations of womanhood. In my own upbringing in Iran, the image of the good, innocent, religious or traditional woman was always linked to being angelic. I felt rage against a system that admired womanhood that was linked to being a good, obedient wife and a sacrificing mother. So for adult me, the monstrous, dark goddess, the Jinn, became opportunities and figures for turning around patriarchal power structures, end quote. Al-Ayari's statement echoes concerns and strategies of goddess spirituality that focused on the retrieval of a herstory of gynocentric symbols that would counter the model of passive maternal womanhood promoted by Abrahamic faiths. Monstrous female figures and dark goddesses, such as Medusa and Kali, occupied a privileged place in the pantheon of goddess spirituality as symbols of emancipation and resistance, as evidenced by the publications shown here. Scholars such as Cynthia Heller and Kavita Maya have drawn attention to the often essentialist understanding of race and culture underpinning Western women's engagement with goddesses from other cultures as sources for their empowerment, and the problematic romanticization of Blackness and darkness as signifiers of innocence, mystery, and alterity in goddess feminist discourse. Such a romanticization of the subversive symbolic potential of monstrous and dark goddesses is evident in Mary Beth Edelson's Red Kali. In her self-published catalog, The Art of Mary Beth Edelson, the artist situates the work as part of the series titled Monstre Sacré, that she explains was, and I quote, host for encountering the dark side on the road to authoritative female selfhood, end quote. The catalog page dedicated to the series includes a quote from J.C. Smith and Carla J. Firstman's The Castration of Oedipus, a study that identifies the monstrous feminine as a privileged deconstructive device for overthrowing the phallocentric bias of psychoanalytic constructions of gender and sexuality. In the book, Smith and Firstman specifically reference figures such as Medusa and Kali as, and I quote, pinnacles of radical feminism, end quote, because in their view, they embody all the characteristics excluded by and suppressed by a patriarchal world order. Edelson's appropriation of Kali and Al-Ayari's appeal to monstrous dark Jinn figures both echo this belief in the symbolic power of the monstrous feminine to offer a gateway for the reclamation of aspects of femininity condemned by patriarchal systems. However, the ethics of cross-cultural appropriation in Edelson's work and goddess feminism more broadly must be addressed. To briefly provide more context on Red Kali, the work forms part of a photographic series based on the documentation of a goddess ritual performed by the artist in North Carolina. Following the ritual using ink and paint, Edelson superimposed onto the printed image of her body attributes of goddesses and mythological female figures, including the Celtic Shilanagi, the Greek Baubo, and the Hindu goddess Kali. This transhistorical and transcultural pantheon of female figures is emblematic of the cultural and religious syncretism typical of goddess spirituality that considers separate female deities as manifestation of the goddess. Postcolonial scholars have criticized the reductionism of such an approach that dehistoricizes and decontextualizes culturally specific symbols in favor of the privileging of a white feminist perspective. This process reproduces colonial mechanisms of extraction and, as Chandra Mohanty would put it, discursive domination that continue to center the West as the site of knowledge production, while non-Western knowledges are reduced to an object status at the service of white Western feminist aims. Considering Western feminist appropriation of the image of Kali, Tracy Pinchman raises an interesting question about the efficacy of symbols outside of the sociocultural context from which they have originated. She writes, and I quote, by extracting another culture's goddess or goddesses for one's own individual purpose, one loses the context that makes the deity or deities meaningful to a community, and the religious symbol loses its social and cultural power, end quote. Pinchman describes how Western feminist interpretations of the Hindu goddess tend neither to represent the dominant perspective of the religion from which they have originated, nor to be concerned with the lives and experiences of its adherents, telling more about the subjects who appropriate them. Drawing from Gerald J. Larson's writings, Pinchman also warns of the dangers of using resource language in relation to South Asia as an inheritance of a long-standing colonial history of exploitation of natural and material resources that has extended to cultural sources, including in this particular case, religious symbols that are taken as raw materials to fit into white Western feminist frameworks. Al-Ayari's She Who Sees the Unknown consciously responds to the Western-centric bias of goddess art and spirituality, all the while sharing some of the aims and strategies explored by these earlier traditions. When asked to discuss how her work fits into a history of feminist engagement with magic and spirituality, Alayari explicitly framed her decision to focus on the figure of the jinn as a way to decenter the privileging of Western perspectives within this tradition. She explained, quote, "I wanted to work with creatures that are at a distance from Western figures like the zombie, the freak, or in the context of feminist movements, the witch or the cyborg. In these ficto-feminist modes of storytelling, my female queer figures offer a space for the othered and the underrepresented." In She Who Sees the Unknown, jinn are not evoked as abstracted and universally applicable symbolic models of emancipated selfhood, but are explicitly rooted in the artist's personal experience. Describing her inspiration for the work, Alayari mentions childhood memories of jinn told to her by her Kurdish grandmother, as well as her experience of oppression by the Iranian government and of colonization by white patriarchy and feminism. Talking about her creative process, she goes on to explain, quote, "In creating each figure, I channeled a personal and then collective rage we, a specific we depending on each story, have had toward a certain topic into a series of stories that expose the experiences that have led up to that rage." Alayari's work can therefore be seen as a manifestation of a situated mode of knowledge production, rather than one springing from a universalized subject position, such as that promoted by goddess feminism, that disavows differences among women in favor of the reductive fantasy of a unified sisterhood. Thus, each jinn figure in the project exposes culturally and socio-historically specific conditions of oppression, interweaving the artist's personal experiences with broader collective issues. And while I do not have time to examine each figure in detail, I will discuss a few examples from the work. Here you see a part of the project that is dedicated to Huma, a jinn responsible for bringing heat and fever to the human body. And through a process that the artist names as refiguration, she repurposed the power of the jinn to address the climate crisis and specifically the experience of frustration with the privileging of global north perspectives in environmental discourse. For this work, the artist drew inspiration from geography scholar Eric Swingedau's essay, Apocalypse Now, Fear and Doomsday Pleasures. Swingedau addresses apocalyptic imaginaries of ecological catastrophe produced by the global north that he argues cultivate an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty only to maintain the status quo by reassuring people of the elite's capability to manage and sustain the existing technoscientific and socioeconomic system. Importantly, Swingedau highlights how such narratives neglect the current ecological crisis faced by populations in the global south and serve to perpetuate the dominance of a techno-capitalist paradigm. In Huma, Alayari imagines an apocalyptic narrative of revenge focused on the jinn whose power to control temperatures is called upon to equalize the consequences of the climate crisis across the globe. In the story of Kabu that you see here, a jinn responsible for bringing nightmares and paralysis to the human body, the power of the jinn is repurposed to convey intergenerational memories and experiences of war, specifically the Iran-Iraq war, experienced by the artist's grandmother, mother, and herself. Featuring VR film, 3D printed sculptures, and a bedroom installation, the work plunges viewers into a nightmarish reality where they're exposed to tales of intergenerational trauma, ending with the testimony of the artist's imagined human jinn daughter through whom she conjures a different future for kinship. These examples demonstrate Alayari's situated approach in which Islamic cosmologies and the lived experiences of Middle Eastern women are centered as the locations rather than the appropriated objects of knowledge. And to conclude, I want to briefly draw attention to how She Who Sees the Unknown not only counters the ethnocentrism of goddess feminism, but also the imperialist implications of Haraway's dream of techno-transcendence embodied by the cyborg. Although in Simeon's Cyborgs and Women, Haraway declares as an intent of her project that of bridging about, and I quote, the breakup of versions of Euro-American feminist humanisms in their devastating assumptions of master narratives, deeply indebted to racism and colonialism, end quote. Postcolonial critics such as Jasbir Poor have highlighted how Haraway's formulation of the cyborg has nonetheless fallen into the trap of universalizing a single figuration of identity that obfuscates difference. Discussing the cyborg, Poor criticizes Haraway for, and I quote, repeating the universalizing knowledge claims of colonialism by celebrating an ahistorical, acontextual blurring of boundaries. And in relation to Haraway's fantasy of post-racial techno-transcendence, she asks, and I quote, might the blurring of racial boundaries be an obfuscation of the systemic racial oppression and racial hierarchies that continue to affect women's lives, end to quote. The question then arises of how technologies can become an ally to post-colonial queer feminist projects aimed at reformulating identities in non-essentialist terms, without falling into the race-blind fantasies of techno-transcendence and Western patriarchal techno-utopianism. Technologies form a crucial part of Alayari's project. However, they are mobilized to counter digital colonialism, a framework that the artist uses to denote the tendency for information technologies to be deployed in ways that reproduce colonial power relations. Alayari has focused particularly on the colonial implications of 3D printing and scanning technologies and their use and misuse in the reconstruction and preservation of Middle Eastern artifacts, as she explains in her 3D additivist manifesto. In She Who Sees the Unknown, such a fraught technology that is embedded in the political ecology of oil extraction, as well as practices of Western digital appropriation of cultural heritage, is repossessed by the artist to engender and memorialize a pantheon of dissident, underrepresented female and queer figures that challenge Western patriarchal cosmologies. In this sense, Alayari's work is a testament to the enduring critical potential of cyborg goddess assemblages to act as springboards for situated sociocultural critique and the conjuring of alternative futures. And I would like to end with the artist's own words that lay out the hopeful purpose of her practice. When I rewrite these stories, I return to that queer female figure that these myths were originally imagined as, or could have potentially been, if we did not live in a patriarchal world. To me, this is the power of this work, to remind women, femmes, and the people of the Middle East that the figures within our stories, both fictional and actual, matter, not just for the present, but for claiming an alternative future, for reimagining a new kind of Middle East and world with a female, non-cis, non-white, non-Western future. I think with all the madness happening in the world right now, where we just feel torn between multiple fascist governments with the travel ban and a new kind of rejection of our bodies in the West, we need more and more of these kinds of counter narratives, imaginations, and platforms. Thank you.
In the expanse of the digital realm, where boundaries blur and identities morph, the concept of space transcends physical constraints. The World Wide Web emerges as a playground of infinite imagination, an arena seemingly tailor-made for the exploration and flourishing of cyborgs and hybrid entities. However, beneath the veneer of limitless access and anonymous authorship lies a complex landscape fraught with dichotomies and ambiguities, where the essence of cyborg existence is called into question. This presentation attempts to unravel the intricacies of cyborg presence within the digital domain, focusing on two distinct artworks as illustrative case studies. Central to this investigation is an understanding of both cyborgs and goddesses as signifiers of the non-orderly, hybrid, insatiable, and space and time transgressing. Consequently, I aim to cover the space for conversations that offer feminist alternatives to the reductionist tendencies of traditional scientific paradigms that pose non-human entities such as nature and technology as dichotomies. The digital space is asserted as not merely a backdrop, but a pivotal material arena for the transformative social constructions. The interplay between fiction and reality challenges the notion that the boundary between science fiction and social reality is a rigid divide. Therefore, the following navigates the intersections of the cyborg existence, goddess metonymies, and digital spaces, offering insights into the web of identities and narratives that have spun our narratives and understanding of the hybrid entities that dwell in the virtual world. 11,000 users follow the Korean singer Amy Moon on Instagram and watch her perform. However, Amy Moon exclusively exists in the digital space. She is owned and operated by an anonymous production company that approached the media artist Chusu with the idea of creating a virtual influencer. Initially, Chusu declined the offer because of the patriarchal and colonial visions she often observed in these virtual influencers. After deliberating, she recognized the artistic potential of the project and she agreed to create the singer Amy, with the condition that she would be allowed to use Amy's character for her own artistic work. Consequently, she created a series of videos called Amy's Melancholy. In several videos, we see Amy after they return from their work as an influencer into a non-space. They remove their wig, their makeup, and clothes and reveal a non-binary activist. They swipe on Tinder and are confronted with other virtual influencers who, like them, work and perform in the digital world. In other works, Amy reviews their music videos in a vlog-style projection and comments on their experience of filming, breaching into absurdity since the fictional and coded Amy, of course, did not experience filming these videos. Finally, Amy floats in space, accompanied by a slightly modified Korean narration of the Cyborg manifesto by Donna Haraway, recontextualizing the text within the digital space. In the exhibition space, Amy's virtual fantasy shifts from a perfected performer into a new imagination of a fluid space without gender or an origin myth. However, that alternate reality that seems to emulate a utopian hybridity is tinted and obscured by the conditionality of the space that can only exist after Amy has finished performing. It is bracketed by a day of work, a gendered existence that bleeds into the melancholic non-space. The duality of Amy's virtual existence shatters a myth about feminized bodies in the digital space. Usually, there's a well-constructed distance between the real-world consumers and the virtual performers. The artificially constructed is often separated from the conventions of labor and human limitations, such as hunger, sleep, or privacy. As Michael Heim writes, at the computer interface, the spirit migrates from the body to a world of total representation. Information and images float through the Platonic mind without a grounding in bodily experience, end quote. Through granting the digital influencer a private life, Chusu unravels the fantasy of an absolute and perfected form in the digital space. On the one hand, the viewer is confronted with the absurdity of a gendered and laboring body in a non-material world. On the other hand, a new myth is created, one of the private lives of a cyborg, a lonely life after work is done. Yet even this is a fabrication of a binary code. On the screen, it becomes impossible to discern between what can be counted as genuine projection of the real world and what is a fantastical imagination created out of an unattainable desire. Regardless, both the genuine and the fantastical define a social reality. In the relationship between technology and humans, the digital space has become a space of one-sided consumption and perfect translation, a space that, though it imitates the human, is treated entirely as inhuman, mirroring Baudrillard's observation of our contemporary age as characterized by simulation, and the simulation that represents a fabrication of the real without reference to an origin. Accordingly, within the digital space, a new distinction has to be drawn between the cyborgs that are hybrid creatures of the Harawayan imagination and the workers that are created to labor and cannot generate subjectivity or contradiction. Danielle DeVos offers a useful distinction between the cyber body and the cyborg. Cyber bodies, she explains in her discussion of digital cyborg images, are high-tech bodies that, instead of problematizing representation of bodies and the heterosexual imperative in much visual representation, reproduce norms of sexuality and the sexualization of certain women's bodies, and validate the male gaze. The cyber body does not politicize the potential of the techno-synthetic mechanical body in the ways that theorize notions of the cyborg bodies can, end quote. The rhetoric of the cyber body that is unmasked through Chusu's intervention perpetuates a linguistic sameness of patriarchal and capitalist embodiments. In the digital space, the binary code is perfectly translated into a humanized and feminized form that is well-behaved and never complains. It projects beyond physical limitations and presents a continuation of a desire for a perfect worker without the ability to claim the profits that their labor produces. Despite the hybrid possibility of the cyberspace, the cyborg does not automatically liberate women of othering processes if it remains a simulation that imitates the human without visualizing its techno-presence. Since Haraway formulated the Cyborg Manifesto, the social perception of technology and the digital world has changed drastically. Haraway described the late 20th century as a mythic time, characterized by hybrid fabrications of organism and machine. Again, in 2000, Baudrillard described the digital space with the mystic elegance of a binary system, quote, from which all being proceeds, end quote. Technology today seems much less mythical and increasingly aligned with malleable resources and perfect transmission of information. As part of the non-human divide, the digital world is sanitized of uncontrollable and unpalatable glitches. However, both technology and nature carry the inherent ability and threat to transgress borders between non-human and human. Digital space, as much as wild nature, is unstable, always on the brink of collapsing into something new, uncontrollable, and irrational. Nina Lykke proposes a redefinition of wild nature as something that withholds information and exists outside the net of integrated circus. Of course, it is impossible to return back to nature. However, there can be a reintegration of the ideas of nature into the technological space, as I propose. Through the intervention of a mythic nature that destabilizes perfect communication rather than giving access to it, the presence of a transcendent and immanent goddess in the virtual space is made possible. For the cyborg to operate in the digital space and act as a hybrid liberating force, it is prudent to lean into nature's monstrous and divine qualities. Not only the cyborg, but also the mythic goddess is a signifier of chaos, heterogeneity, and unstable identities. Lykke views them as metaphorical landmarks that together may help to recuperate hybridity and plurality. In Anne Liesegard's series of animated video works, Oracle's Owls, Some Animals Never Sleep, an owl hovers in a non-space. It glitches occasionally, shares poetic fragments like, "Do you like our owl? It's artificial," and "Rachel ascends." The monologue is interspersed with samples from Blade Runner and I Ching. Its expression changes from a trance-like state to threatening and ominous. Sometimes the voice is female, and other times it is male. Often it is distorted. The occasional line-like growls suggest a transgression into other animal species. The multiplied, unruly voices that emerge from the owl are overlapping, disconnected, humoring, and menacing. The rapid glitches break up the owl's movement and sentences into unsynchronized fragments, bringing the chronology of the owl into question. How much time has passed? What did we miss in the moment of the glitch? The instability breaks down coherent linguistic and visual structures expected in today's digital space. Significantly, what we see is not a real owl. It is an owl uploaded into cyberspace, made up of a binary code transmitted into visual moving images. Instead of creating a seamless performance that simulates real life, Liesegard emphasizes the digital medium of code and animation. The spectator is continually reminded of the artificiality of the owl. Yet this mythic aura endows the work with sincerity and temporal urgency. The owl is not born and it will not die, yet it impends decay. In The Philosophy of Right, Hegel writes, "When philosophy paints its gray on gray, some shape of life has grown old, and it cannot be relieved. It cannot by this gray relieved be made young again, but only known. The owl of Minerva takes wing only as the twilight falls. The owl does not spread its wings until the end of an age, which is too late for humans to utilize her wisdom, bestowing the owl with a dystopian and prophetic power. The glitching owl therefore encompasses the past and the future. However, She does not make her knowledge accessible to the spectator. Because it is unreliable and in the transgressive digital space, we cannot know if dusk has already happened, or if it's still in the future within the chronology of the owl. Here, the owl, as a mythic creature, blurs the distinction between technology and divine power. In Greek mythology, the owl, as Athena's companion, was an oracle, a connection between people and goddesses. The mythic owl existed in multiples on temples and coins, transgressing from public into private, natural to artifactual. As a hybrid, artificial and natural, ancient and future world, the owl, a signifier of knowledge that circulates irrationally, is a slippery being. She emerges as an unsettling truth teller and trickster in nomadic cycles of repetition that Nina Lickert identifies as characteristic of the monstrous other. As such, the owl is not only divine, but also monstrous, persistently haunting scientific knowledge claims. On Annelies Legard's website, she writes, an oracle's messages are usually abstract or coded, which means that we have to learn how they speak when we try to comprehend their messages and stories. We're not just discovering or conversing with these non-human beings, rather we are learning their system, habitat, and language. Yet oracles are also tricksters who inform us about the future while breaking rules of coherence and proper conduct. It is the non-human voice that causes language, categories, and identities to shake. The owl speaks an abstract code that is not perfectly translated. It does not labor, it does not humanize, and moves outside the marketplace of the digital world. The owl is not a servant that makes their knowledge accessible. We are only allowed to witness her, but we cannot consume her. We must adapt, shift, and transform to attempt to understand what the owl says. The growls, the electronic sounds, the noise, and the pollution might be part of an encoded prophecy. And yet, since the owl is a trickster and unreliable in her narration, is there even a point in trying to understand and translate? The owl is able to withdraw itself from the dreams of a common language that Haraway describes as totalizing and imperialist. The oracle owl shows us that the space of the ancient gods and goddesses is not a fantasy of original wholeness and innocence before inscription. It is a different kind of conversing that survives the transcription into the digital world, an encryption into a new embodiment. This conception of the owl as cyborg who creates a language of pollution and transgression finally leads me to Luce Irigarei's idea of a feminist language that operates in multiple tones and voices. Exploring the owl's rhetoric through this lens, it becomes clear that more than performing a monologue for an audience, the owl explores its multiple selves in a process of discovery and exploration through language. Engaging with this interruption of coherent communication and transgressing linguistic boundaries enables a decentering of dominant subject positions and poses a threat to imperial monolingualism. The owl's monologue is not open or closed and has no narrative arc or climax. It exists in fragments in Lise Legard's use of the digital as a space of border crossing and broken down linguistic structure. The virtual emulates Irigarei's vision of a shared feminist space, with the subjects are open, quote, stretching out, never ceasing to unfold, end quote. In this rendition of the digital space, new voices can be invented that speak in asynchronous plurality. Finally, exploring these artworks sensitizes a need for a cyborg in the digital space who transcends the cyber bodies of the social media marketplace into a hybrid third position that demands a new relationship between humans, technology, and knowledge. Amy Moon serves as a poignant reflection of the feminization and commodification of digital bodies within the patriarchal marketplace of social media. Chusu's intervention exposes the melancholic reality of virtual influencers, challenging notions of liberation and agency in the digital space. Meanwhile, Lise Legard's glitching owl disrupts traditional narratives of control and predictability, embodying a transgressive force that defies easy categorization. The animated owl that alludes to ancient myth and ethno-scientific futurism is a techno-goddess that encompasses nature, technology, and the supernatural, crosses genders, and exists on a non-linear time axis. The owl does not labor for human pleasure, as today's cyber bodies often must. We do not have total access to the truths the owl may hold, as our code is not translated seamlessly into our language. Through the hybrid existence of the owl and its coded language, it is the human that is othered and forced to translate and learn the language of a new subject position. In today's age, the digital sphere unfolds into a material space in which imagination can be projected without clear reference to an origin. While some codes reproduce gender binaries, others take advantage of the boundless freedom that can arise in the virtual. The multitude of dimensions that intersect and coexist enable complex subject position that defy categorization and champion confusion. Ultimately, this exploration underscores the importance of embracing nature's monstrous and divine qualities within the digital space, advocating for a reconnection of the spiral dance between cyborg and goddess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Yeah, I'm going to take that as affirmative. So thanks so much for both of those papers. There was lots of crossovers and intersections that I'm sure we'll unpack more in the questions, but maybe just to kick us off, one of the things that I found very interesting is this kind of idea of the possibility of these kind of digital technologies as they are perceived and represented by artists or kind of utilized again to kind of manifest something material, in that they kind of offer a kind of platform or intervention into these larger ways of understanding race and gender, sexuality, and also like the epistemologies of how we can even think of those things interacting or coalescing or how, you know, forms of systemic oppression manifest. So I guess one of the things that I kept thinking about, like throughout both of the talks, was about like the question of like authenticity, and quite often I felt like maybe a couple of times that there was a sense of wanting to go back to something authentic, even while being kind of really interested in this kind of loss of origins that technologies might allow us. And I just wondered what this kind of politics of a possible authenticity does, or even what it kind of limits, especially when we start to kind of produce histories of these technologies and these technologies in relation to other technologies, like, for instance, Mary Beth Edelson's photography. Because I think, you know, although I can totally see how, you know, her appropriations can be, you know, open to critique and should be, there's also a sense that some of her citational practice, right, if you think of it less of appropriation and more as citation, is a means of opening up the conversation, right? And so that white feminism isn't just seen to be this kind of monolithic category. And there's also a sense, right, that Haraway is kind of interested in doing that too, although imperfectly. And although she makes distinctions between the goddess and the cyborg, that's a kind of more dialectical relationship than a kind of straightforward rejection of one, than a kind of, you know, pulling up of the other. And so, I mean, I also felt in Paolo, in your paper, it was so interesting to get this sense of like a desire to go back to plurality, and to go back to hybridity, which are these kind of gestures so associated with the 80s. And they are very useful and very important, and you know, shouldn't be kind of totally abandoned. But there is also a sense that if you only ever have difference, where do you have the points of connection or solidarity? And I guess that's maybe a question for, or a point for both of you to respond to, but particularly, Paolo, this kind of sense of wanting to kind of find the wild unknown in technology. I mean, I wonder if like there just is this kind of unknown, right, in technology that we will never be able to access as humans, and how we kind of deal with that as well. So I think those were kind of some first points and questions, just to kind of start off the discussion, and then I'm sure there'll be questions in the room as well that Harriet will be able to facilitate. Thank you so much again for your papers.
Thank you, Amy.
Should I start with the question about difference?
Yeah, sure.
I think what I'm just immediately thinking of, I think it's Chandra Mohanty who has kind of a formulation of a post-colonial feminism that is not necessarily about an urge to find sameness, but rather to say, can we become fluent and empathize in each other's differences? And can we understand that none of us are the same, but in that there's a commonality of feeling. And so I think that is my initial impulse answer to your question, where I say, I don't think difference has to be alienating. I think difference can be a very good tool to create empathy. And I think in the digital space, especially because it is so broad and imminent in the sense that it exists everywhere. We can see the same video or photo here on this screen as someone could on a different continent. So in that sense, it is imminent. And then if we look at differences in that space, there's like a big network of connections and associations that can be created from that. So in that sense, I would say difference can be a really good tool. Of course, it always has to be within a context. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think for me, so several things on these points. So I think I wanted to be a bit of the devil's advocate of this conference, addressing some of the problematic aspects of goddess feminism. Nevertheless, and maybe this didn't come across as much in this presentation, I didn't want to think about traditions in like a necessarily dichotomous or antagonistic relationship, but showing how common strategies persist within the works we're taking, like Alayari practicing right now and Edelson. There is a commonality, for example, in the interest of the constructive power of the monstrous feminine. So we can see how there are longer legacies that are translated, and we can find like empowering symbols within those earlier traditions in spite of some of their problematic aspects. But then simultaneously, I just wanted to sort of foreground this importance of a situated critique and a specificity of struggle that both in certain kinds of goddess feminism and in the formulation of the cyborg persist. And there, in the cyborg especially, there has been an attempt of reaching out towards the digital as a realm that can sort of transcend some of the essentialism and binaries that were perceived to be characterizing earlier stages of goddess feminism. However, there has been a blindness in this dream of techno transcendence to the reality of sort of the politics of the body and the racial politics of the body that Alayari makes apparent in her work. So I think her interest in technology, and I think what you, Amy, I can't see you anymore, but I'm kind of like trying to talk to you, pointed out really well, is this kind of like search for an authenticity. And maybe I wouldn't use authenticity because it can link to an idea of a more essentialist identity or essentialist concept. But there is a sense in Alayari's work of wanting to ground the sort of cyborg politics and digital politics in the embodied experience, in her embodied experience, and being extremely conscious of the sort of fraught implications of these technologies. And I was interested also, like in your presentation, if you could talk more about this, but whenever she turns to new technologies for some empowering potential, there is also always a critical awareness of their embeddedness within Western techno-capitalism. And for example, this work about the use of 3D technologies is really crucial in this because the plastic used in 3D printing derives from sort of the oil extraction. That she came to this technology during a time in which Western institutions were using the rhetoric of salvaging artworks from the Middle East at the time when ISIS in 2015 was destroying some of the artworks. And sort of the West presenting itself once again as a kind of like carer of a heritage, while also taking ownership over that heritage, because there are really complicated copyright laws about the scanning and owning of these sort of artifacts within digital archives that then become kind of like the ownership of the institutions that had gone through that process of digital preservation. And so I don't think that the technology necessarily is engaged in Al-Ayari's work with this promise of its kind of like utopian transcendence, but it's very much considered in the conflicts that characterize its kind of like emergence, and who possesses it, who controls it, who benefits from it. There's a lot of this discussion where technology is not just perceived as this utopian new realm of hybrid forms of identity. And
I think that's also what I really wanted to underscore, is that, of course, in the virtual space, it is very possible to have these hybrid entities, but the reality of it is that in most mainstream popular media, and especially on social media, it is reinforcing a binary system, and there's complete anonymity who's standing behind these virtual influencers, and often there's no recognition of the medium itself. So I think that is like a really nice connection, and that's why I brought in Andy Slegard, because sadly I couldn't show the videos because the sound is very disrupting, but it is continually reminding the spectator that this is an unreliable and technological medium, and at no point is there ever the illusion that this is an owl that's actually being filmed or exists anywhere but the digital space. So I thought that was especially in today's time, very important to remind ourselves that also the digital and the video it's all a medium and a material that is used.
Yeah, there was another thing on, if I can continue asking questions too, in your presentation that I really was interested in, and it's the idea of how you can create inaccessibility as a kind of like gesture of resistance against the people who own the technologies, who profit from the technologies. How can you create a glitch where you're making your message inaccessible? And I wondered if you could talk more about that when you were talking about the owl and sort of the owl speaking in a voice that cannot be fully grasped by the human. So it's sort of shifting the perspective of power relations, like who are we talking to, and who's like to whose benefit are we creating these discourses?
Totally. I think so. The owl has a scripted monologue. It's not randomized, but the scripted monologue, it's not publicly available, only if you do some research. But you can see that some sentences are also read out in reverse. So technically there is a meaning behind it, but just by hearing it, you wouldn't be able to have access to it. So I think that especially in the Western world, there's this idea that knowledge and also access to someone's knowledge is very valuable. So by creating this monologue that just withdraws itself from that, I felt that was incredibly kind of subversive. And I was kind of thinking of, because I think I come to this topic and the symposium more from the cyborg perspective than the goddess perspective. And I was thinking about goddess in a way of like a very forceful power, I think. And I was, if you have the Anthropocene split of human, inhuman, culture, nature, I was wondering, like, what is patriarchy, capitalism scared of? Like, what's the fear? And the answer for me was always something that's not controllable, that you don't have access to, that reacts irrationally and chaotically and not politely. So that's what I felt was very important in these aspects, and to underscore that if you behave within the systems that are set up, you ultimately play into them to some sort of. And I also really felt that connection between our presentations with like the jinn. That's also like an
uncontrollable fear. And there's also an aspect of the work that I didn't have the time to talk about, that is about the construction of an archive. So the project, aside from just being an artistic project, is also an activist project. And the artist was also interested in drawing attention to this figure that has been quite underrepresented. And she, in building this archive, she was thinking about, again, who is this archive for? And she created this beautiful web page that if you Google the name of the work, She Who Sees the Unknown, you can access this archive, where there are multiple layers and you find some texts about jinns that are translated for like Anglophone audience. But then there are also parts of the archive that one can only access if they speak Arabic. And there's a kind of almost a game of having to find the password to access this deeper layer. And again, thinking about like centering another kind of knowledge and making an archive for a public that is usually marginalized. And so there is definitely that. And then there is this power of the jinn as this unruly figure, figure that has the free will to choose between good and evil, and it's quite uncontrollable.
That I also find fascinating, because I didn't know that about the jinn, that was the difference, that it has the will to choose.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? I feel like we could just leave you. Right. There's so many, as Amy said, overlaps and intersections between all of the presentations. So,
So I do have a question that I think relates to the points that Dr. Tobin made. It's particularly for Elisabetta. Which is that jinn is a very kind of interesting, liminal figure, and the work is very interesting. I'm definitely going to go check out the webpage. But one of the things that's interesting to me, and it might be my own experience with working with an Iranian student finishing a thesis and having to suppress the thesis so the government couldn't see what she had written, is to what degree is this jinn able to pull together some of the communities when they have governments that are frankly going to be very hostile to that image? I mean, I saw breasts and I saw things that you're not supposed to expose at all. What are your feelings about that? Because this is one, and I think Dr. Tobin brought this up, this is one of the kind of big differences with the goddesses. They had a community that sort of rallied. And I know trying to have the community in Iran that's fighting against hijab and the treatment of women, it's a strange community because they rally secretly and then they disappear. And my student had a lot of trouble getting people to speak with her because, especially if they were in Iran, the only people that were willing to be interviewed were people who were living in the United States. So anyway, that's a very long question, but I am interested to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, so the artist is currently working in the US, and so she is not producing this work like within Iran, and she described herself as being basically exiled in the US because obviously she's, by virtue of the nature of the work that she does, she is not able to go back to Iran, or she finds it extremely threatening to go back to Iran. And so I think in my sort of conversations with her and in my reading of her interviews and hearing her talks, her interest is also to speak to a sort of diasporic exiled community where maybe this image can function as a sort of as a gathering space. And as part of some of her installations, she also created this sort of reading room where people could sort of sit around and talk about this figure and talk about the revolutionary potential of this figure. And there is also, I think, so there is an aim for that, sort of creating a community, obviously in her location that she occupies at present. And then there's maybe a second aim that is this sort of talking back to Western-centric discourses. And so trying to propose, even feminism, she talks about feeling colonized, like having felt colonized by white feminism. So I think there's this desire of working with feminism. There's absolutely no rejection to it, but trying to bring into the symbolic of Western feminism the certain images that maybe even, you know, in the pantheon of goddesses have not been explored or have been explored, but not by centering the experiences of the women whose culture is being sort of visibilized. And so I think there is this double desire of the use of the
It's unfortunate because I think the people who need what she is doing
Yeah.
most can't access
Yeah.
it, because of censorship and, oh, I'm sorry. The people who need that the most can't access it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the paradox
Yeah,
of
there
this
is a
work
need,
that
yeah.
makes it you know, in some ways difficult.
Mhm.
Thank you. Brilliant. Okay. Thank you so much, Elisabetta, Paula, Jenny for the question, and Amy Tobin, if you're still there in the cyberspace somewhere. So we have half an hour break now. So if you did miss the exhibition in the lunch break, I'm still here, going on about it. Please do visit it in the next sort of half an hour. So we will reconvene at 4:15 for our keynote by Professor Jennie Klein. Thanks very much. Thank you very much.
Test, test, test.
Yeah. Can hear you loud and clear.
keynote speech by Professor Jennie Klein, keynote title, The Whiteness of Whiteness. Monica, now there's been numerous pronunciations of Monica this afternoon or today, so I think the most authentic might be Sher. Is that right? I think Here. Of The Whiteness of Whiteness, Monica Here, Goddess Feminism, and the Struggle to Do Anti-Racist Work. Jennie Klein is a professor of contemporary art and art history at Ohio University. Of course, we had no hesitation in reaching out to her to ask her to contribute to our symposium today, based on her long engagement with writing about live art performance, sexuality and feminism, and also maternal studies. Jennie is the editor of Linda M. Montano, Letters from Linda M. Montano, published by Routledge in 2005, The M Word, Real Mothers in Contemporary Art, which she co-edited with Myril Shernick by Demeter Press in 2011, and more recently, Assuming the Ecosexual Position, Annie Sprinkle, Elizabeth Stevens, and Jennie Klein, it says here, but I think I wrote it. You wrote it rather than being in it. We all wrote it together. So Klein is presently working on a book-length project on goddess feminism and representation. And just before I hand over to her, I know Harriet started this morning by talking about certain types of maybe synchronicities and different ways of working that then were the ones that you had expected, putting a show together from the tarot cards with Banu to these different alliances and friendships that emerged. And I think it's worth mentioning that Harriet and I, when we were thinking about inviting keynote speakers, reached out to Jennie, and within the space of about 13 hours, everything was confirmed and ready to go. And it felt like there was a certain, I don't know, kind of, what's the word for it? I can't even think of the word. Serendipity, thank you. There was an absolute serendipity. So thrilled to have you, Jennie. Thank you for your patience and all your contributions to everyone else's papers throughout the day. And we look forward to hearing your keynote. Thank you so much.
So I just have to open up my computer so I can see what I wrote because I don't have a printer. Oops. It's hard to type on. That worked good. Okay, so thank you so much for being here. I would like to begin by thanking Harriet Loeffler and Catherine McCormick for inviting me to speak today, and also to thank all of you for being here today and having been here for the entire day and coming back for this talk today. I would also like to acknowledge the artist Faith Ringgold, who passed away just a few weeks previously. She has donated many works for the women's collection, and 3 of her pieces are on view in the hall as you walk towards the exhibition itself. So before I start, I would like to preface my talk with a caveat that the material I am presenting today is work in progress rather than material that has already been published. I welcome suggestions and comments. Before I begin, I would like to stress that I am not arguing that Sha, pronunciation I will use, was a, quote, good feminist artist whose beliefs in eco-politics and the goddess were more correct than other artists working at that time. Instead, I would like to expand upon and problematize how we understand goddess feminism and the very difficult relationship that the movement had to race and representation. Goddess feminism was more or less dismissed by feminists in the academy by the early 90s. In spite of that, a grassroots goddess feminism, of which Sha was a part, has continued to thrive with books, films, and festivals continuing through to the present. the writer Gloria Watkins, who wrote under the pseudonym Bell Hooks, posed the following question on the introduction to her 2015 book, Black Looks, Race and Representation. Quote, "Without a name, a way to name our pain, we are also without the words to articulate our pleasure. Indeed, a fundamental task of Black critical thinkers has been the struggle to break with the hegemonic modes of seeing, thinking, and being that block our capacity to see ourselves oppositionally, to imagine, describe, and invent ourselves in ways that are liberatory. Without this, how can we challenge and invite non-Black allies and friends to dare to look at us differently, to dare to break the colonizing gaze? As Bell Hooks suggests, the process of decolonization is one that must be undertaken by everyone and not just the colonized peoples, whose job is not, in capital letters, to educate the colonizers. It is in the spirit of decolonization that I approach goddess feminism and feminist artist." So in 1979, Audre Lorde, pictured on the left, wrote an open letter to Mary Daly upon receipt of a copy of Gynecology. Lorde was initially excited to receive the book, finding much of it full of import, useful, generative, and provoking. However, Lorde was disappointed to find descriptions of goddesses that were, quote, white, Western European, Judeo-Christian, and dismayed to discover that non-European women were discussed primarily as victims of genital mutilation and foot binding. Daly quoted Lorde at the beginning of the chapter on genital mutilation, leaving Lorde incensed. "Mary," Lorde queried, "do you ever really read the work of Black women? Did you even read my words, or did you merely finger through them for quotations?" Lorde's response to Daly epitomized in a few short paragraphs many of the problems that radical women of color had with goddess feminism, even as they too sought to rediscover a female herstory that had been suppressed by patriarchy. Whiteness is so pervasive, so common sense, that even Mary Daly, a feminist who jeopardized her own career in order to teach students about the goddess, didn't realize that her approach to the goddess was myopic and unintentionally racist. Lorde's open letter was reprinted in the anthology This Bridge Called My Back, Writings by Radical Women of Color, first published in 1981. Many of the writers in that anthology shared Lorde's concerns and felt alienated from white feminism. When I first began researching goddess feminism, almost 30 years ago, I was not surprised when brown and Black lesbian feminist women were not particularly excited about goddess feminism. I was surprised that white goddess feminists couldn't do a better job, especially since many of them were vehemently opposed to racist ideology, and some had even done anti-racist training. In the United States, part of the problem was that this training was based in consciousness raising rather than Marxist politics. Much of the work done about racism by white women had more to do with the discomfort that they felt when they were confronted with radical women of color who were not overly anxious to join the cause, rather than the work that needed to be done to understand and recognize, rather than dismiss or overlook the concerns that radical women of color were not comfortable in their spaces. Before turning to Shah's writing and artwork, I would like to take a brief detour through artwork that was affiliated with the Feminist Studies workshop located at the Los Angeles Women's Building. In 1977, Terry Wolverton and Arlene Raven, neither of whom is pictured here, founded the Lesbian Art Project, a coalition of women who identified as queer and who wanted to explore lesbian representation. Raven and Wolverton, particularly Raven, were interested in goddess feminism and adopted a model of seasonal education proposed by Jerry Van Sciac and Linda Smith, where the activities were geared towards the mood and meaning of the season. Spring was a time for blossoming. In the spring of 1979, the Lesbian Art Project produced an oral history of lesbianism at the Women's Building. An oral history was a series of over 20 vignettes about lesbian life that began with a bar scene and ended with a bed scene. Although the scripts for these vignettes were developed by the entire cast of 13 women, authorship was attributed to the woman who came up with the idea for the script. In spite of the inclusive nature of the LAP, who welcomed anyone who wished to participate, the cast of Oral was almost entirely comprised of women who viewed themselves as white, with one exception, Christine Wong, kneeling on the right in the first row. As the only member of the cast that considered herself to be non-white, Wong was tasked with representing all lesbians that did not identify with or subscribe to an ideology of whiteness. Wong's vignette, Yellow Queer, was not about an unrequited crush or playing softball. Instead, it took on the thorny issue of being racially other and queer at the same time. While doing a ribbon dance, Wong recited a short poem about being a yellow queer. So I tried being white, but my skin was too dark. Then I tried being red, but my eyes were too slanted. So I tried being, with the G dropped, black, but this time my skin was too light. And I tried being brown, but my nose was too flat. Wong concluded, "It's fun being a yellow queer. I can play white, and everyone pretends that I am. It's a thin line where one half is plain white and the other half is who I really am. But I know which side I'm on, I think. Well, maybe not. Actually, I'm not too sure I can tell the difference. I don't know if plain white is part of being a yellow queer. And all this playing has left me really confused. I think I've been fucked over." In spite of the best intentions of the organizers and the cast, Oral was in no way a comprehensive or even a very inclusive history of lesbianism. The voices of radical women of color, voices that were included in This Bridge Called My Back, were not evident in Oral. The lack of intersectionality did not go unnoticed by Wolverton, who, when given an opportunity to publish a brief statement about Oral in the feminist magazine Frontiers, chose Wong's piece only, noting parenthetically that this was due to extremely limited space. After Oral, Wolverton turned her attention to organizing GALAS, G-A-L-A-S, the Great American Lesbian Art Show. The members of the GALAS committee, all of whom were working pro bono on the exhibition, were concerned that there were no lesbian women of color included in the exhibition and had reached out to several Black, Latina, and Indigenous artists with no luck. It was not until the queer Latina activist Yolanda Redder called Wolverton and threatened to protest the exhibition if no women of color were included that Wolverton and co-curator Bea Lowe doubled down in their efforts to include women of color. The result was that 2 women, Lula Mae Blockton and Gloria Longville, were included in the exhibition. It was 2 women of 10, so they were approximately 1/5 of the exhibition. The incident impelled Wolverton, who is pictured here, to examine her own beliefs and prejudices. Having grown up in Detroit during the civil rights movement, Wolverton had felt that she could not possibly be racist, as she identified with the liberation struggle of the Black community. In addition, as a lesbian, Wolverton already identified with an oppressed group and felt kind of oppressed. It was not until Wolverton encountered Ellie Balkin's 1980 essay, Racism in Writing, Some Implications for White Lesbian Critics, that she realized that she was simultaneously a member of the white oppressor group and that she could deliberately choose to act in a manner that was anti-racist. Wolverton immediately founded an anti-racist consciousness-raising group for white women that was offered through the Women's Building. The anti-racist group was for white women only because Wolverton didn't want to put the burden of education onto women of color. The women who signed up for the anti-racist CR group made a pretty big commitment that included meeting weekly and doing workshops, included retreats with White Women Against Racism, WWAR, and RC/re-evaluation counseling in order to unlearn racism. In 1984, as the group activities were winding down, Wolverton developed Me and My Shadow, which part of that is pictured here, a performance that drew upon the anti-racist work that she had been doing. Dressed in a white suit, Wolverton told stories about her encounters with racism. At one point, she danced behind a scrim while chanting a list of qualities that had been projected onto Black people and women. The shadow was a projection of women's shadowy self, perhaps the id to her superego. Along with the women in the CR group, Wolverton spearheaded an initiative, Wolverton spearheaded an initiative to include more women of color as administrators, artists, and board members for the Women's Building. This effort was much less successful. As Wolverton recounts in her book Insurgent Muse, so much of a functioning nonprofit board revolves around the formation of a social network among its members. Despite assiduous efforts to recruit women of color to join the Women's Building board, we never seem to be able to form that crucial social bond that would have cemented their commitment to the organization or fully elicit their participation. In retrospect, Wolverton realized that the Women's Building had been founded by 3 white women, Arlene Raven, Sheila de Bretteville, and Judy Chicago, and that the feminism of the Women's Building was a white woman's feminism and not a universal feminism. Whereas Wolverton had been able to move past the invisible ideology of whiteness that characterized much of second wave feminism, many feminists did not. Even the art historian Griselda Pollock, who revolutionized the study of art history by eschewing formalist readings for Marxist and semiotic analysis that resituated art into the social and political fabric in which it was produced, was equally culpable when she offered the artist Sutapa Biswas a syllabus that was structured around Western art history. Biswas asked Pollock to change the content of the course, and Pollock, to her credit, acknowledged her mistake. In Biswas's 1983-85 video, Kali, a hooded Pollock represented the art department's inattentiveness to the legacies of imperialism, while Biswas, playing Kali and Rava, danced along with a partner, danced around Pollock and basically kind of indicated the way in which their very presence was being ignored. Like Pollock, the artist Judy Chicago was open to expanding feminist art history beyond the canon of accomplished white women. Unlike Wolverton, who took the time to question her own motivations, assumptions, and biases, and who produced a theatrical performance/video, she produced 2 things, about that experience, a video, I will add parenthetically, that is still extremely painful to watch almost 39 years later. Chicago was content to settle with the information that she could find from doing her own research, or at least commissioning her students and all the people who volunteered for the dinner party to do research. Chicago's 1979 dinner party, a colossal triangular structure that served as a table with 39 ceramic plates, each of which represented a famous woman or goddess, included only 2 settings devoted to women who did not identify as white. Sacagawea, pictured here, the guide for the Lewis and Clark expedition to discover and colonize North America, and Sojourner Truth, an abolitionist and a suffragist. Far from interrupting or questioning the legacies of slavery, imperialism, and colonization, the dinner party unintentionally reinforced the ideology of whiteness, or I would call it the whiteness of whiteness, by including only 1 Black woman and 1 Lemhi Shoshone woman out of 39. So the odds became even worse when you got to the dinner party and had 2 out of 40, so 1 in 20 instead of 1 in 5. As suggested by the title of this talk, this is informed by Jane Lazar's 1996 book, Beyond the Whiteness of Whiteness, Memoirs of a Mother of Black Sons, a searing memoir in which Lazar acknowledges both her intense love for her children and her inability to understand what it is like for them to be Black instead of biracial or white. Lazar's understanding of and experience with racism is very different than the white fragility that characterized many of the encounters between white lesbian feminists and lesbian feminists of color at the Women's Building. White fragility, as defined by Robin DiAngelo in her book of the same title, is characterized by an angry or defensive response on the part of white people when confronted by the idea of racism, a response, according to DiAngelo, that, quote, works to reinstate white equilibrium as they repel the challenge, return our racial comfort, and maintain our dominance within the racial hierarchies. I should say DiAngelo identifies as white. Unlike most white people, Lazar, who initially believed that being, quote, colorblind was anti-racist, never had the luxury of white fragility. Or I should say, she had the luxury of white fragility for a very short time until she married a man who from the South who was African American and then gave birth to her first child. As a mother, an experience that she chronicled in her 1976 book, The Mother Knot, Lazar suggested that experience as a white mother of Black sons does not fit accepted stereotypes of racial difference and conflicts. There is a place, a kind of psychic location, where what the racially polarized world of America sees as racial difference disappears for us. And here she is with her 2 sons when they were young. They're actually just a little younger than me, so they're probably in their early 50s at this point. And Lazar and her husband Douglas, who is a lawyer, or probably was a lawyer, initially defined, probably retired, but initially defined their sons as biracial and were at pains to have their children experience the tradition of both sides of their families. Subsequently, Lazar and her husband realized that the term biracial was problematic. Quote, as if there were 2 neatly defined races, as if there were an indisputable entity called race, as if young men with brown skins can ever be considered part white in America. For Lazar, the whiteness of whiteness is the terrible and inexcusable ignorance which denies history and reality. It is the blindness of willful innocence, being oblivious to the history and legacy of American slavery, to the generations of racial oppression continuing, to the repeated indignities experienced by Black Americans every day, to the racialized society that this country remains. The whiteness of whiteness, a term that Lazar coined 22 years prior to the publication of White Fragility, has much in common with that term. There is, however, a difference. Whereas DiAngelo felt that one workshop and one book could change this paradigm. Lazar instead argues that undoing the whiteness of whiteness requires a lifelong education in the matter of race. And I just want to stop for a second and point out before we go on to Monica Shah, that in fact, it's very interesting to me that at least in the United States, which is obviously where most of my experience is from, that we don't ever seem to realize if we're white that these issues have been brought up and we bring it up again and again and again, or we simply deny that we're racist, which of course is almost impossible if you're white. If you self-interrogate like Lazar does, you realize it's something you have to work really hard at all the time. And that's really the point of Lazar's memoir. And I would say that's what Wolverton was trying very hard to do as well. So there were white feminists, goddess feminists, whose life circumstances allowed them to ignore or dismiss or get over or somehow engage with their initial discomfort. The artist and author Monica Shah, a Swedish woman based in Bristol, England, was one such feminist. British feminism, although also dominated by white women, was from the onset rooted in socialist and Marxist theories, which in turn created an opening for anti-racist work that went beyond consciousness raising, moving the issue of racism from the individual's response to a larger interrogation of society. Shah did not, I want to say Schuh because I took German for like 6 years, but anyway, Shah did not have an easy life. The umlauts are just making me crazy. She was born in 1938 in, I'm going to Germanize this to Härnösand, a small provincial city on the Baltic Sea, on the Baltic in North Sweden, where her maternal grandparents lived and where her mother, Harriet Rosander, grew up. Shah's father, Gustav, left the family when he divorced Shah's mother, after which Shah and her mother led a peripatetic existence, living first with Shah's maternal grandparents and then in Stockholm in a small, ugly flat so that Rosander could pursue her career as an artist. Shah and her mother were from northern Sweden and spoke with a different accent than the Stockholmers. From the beginning, they were treated almost as immigrants. In school, Shah faced a great deal of discrimination and prejudice. Shah's life took a turn for the worse when her mother remarried Michael D. Torchaninov, an exiled and stateless member of the deposed Russian nobility. D. Torchanichov was strict and locked down on Shah because she was descended from the peasants on her father's side. Shah eventually ran away from home after her brother was born. Impoverished and homeless, she worked as an artist model and began to read Friedrich Engels. At age 17, she and her 16-year-old friend took off to tour France and Europe. Working as artist models in Paris and accepting the charity of strangers, Shah felt that Sweden was still very provincial, white, and racist, and her travels, although not easy, allowed her to experience a larger world. Shah found that people who had little to nothing were still willing to share what they had, which strengthened her faith in the basic goodness of humanity. Although raised as Christian, Shah was becoming increasingly disillusioned with the teachings of Christianity. Shah met her first husband, Stefan Tricky, in Paris. Tricky and Shah moved first to Bristol, where Tricky's family lived, and then to Sweden, where Shah gave birth to her first child, Sean, in 1959. In 1961, Shah gave birth to her second child, Toivo. By this time, Shah was becoming more and more interested in feminism. She read The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir and The White Goddess by Robert Graves. Sha had begun making art, first working as an assistant to Tricky as a jewelry maker, and then switching to her own paintings. In 1964, Sha left her husband and had an exhibition in Bristol where she showed abstract black and white paintings and one figurative work, not this one, that depicted a woman giving birth. The work in the exhibition was made in response to Sha's growing feminism as well as her experience with childbirth. When Sean was born, Sha was immediately anesthetized and suffered from postpartum depression as a result. When Toivo was born, Sha had a natural childbirth and the experience changed her life. She had a vision of pulsating light and deep luminous blackness and believed that the Great Mother had shown herself in her cosmic form. The image of the pregnant woman was Sha's attempt to show the experience of flying among the stars while her body was bleeding and in pain. Sha was shocked when the painting was condemned as obscene and decided then and there that she would dedicate her paintings to events that happened in women's lives instead of events that only happened in the lives of men. Undeterred by the criticism, Sha painted God Giving Birth in 1968, which is on the left. God Giving Birth depicts a goddess with African features, her legs spread wide, pushing a child from her womb. Although framed by a night sky filled with planets, the goddess seems to be both standing and lying down, a goddess that remains rooted in the Chanthic earth, even as her head is framed by the celestial sky. God Giving Birth was immediately controversial and caused some trouble for Sha when it was first censored at an arts festival in St. Ives, forcing Sha to reinstall the show elsewhere. And again during the 1973 exhibition Images of Women Power, where Sha was charged with obscenity and blasphemy. Sha, who had directly experienced xenophobia and racism when she was growing up and indirectly experienced it when observing the way the French treated Black immigrants while living in Paris, was dismayed and disgusted by the response. Sha believed that the first matriarchal civilization had occurred in Africa, where people worshipped a dark mother goddess. Her anti-racist approach to goddess feminism was informed by her love of the earth and her belief that caring for the earth was an extension of honoring all women. In her lifetime, Sha witnessed multiple forms of oppression and came to believe that only a radical feminist revolution that embraced all women would create meaningful change. This change was closely aligned with the human relationship to the landscape, which Sha believed was the sacred land of the mother goddess. She was involved with the Greenham Common anti-nuclear protests in the 80s and later worked with anti-racist activists. She devoted much of her life to making artwork that interrogated whiteness by suggesting that all women, no matter their class, race, or religion, were part of the goddess. Sha's 1972 painting, Sisterhood is Powerful, painted 7 years before Chicago finished the dinner party in 1979, depicts a community of sisters, none of whom reads as completely white. Some of them are whitish or grayish, but the features are a bit, she sort of combines them. Sha's 1973 poster, Liberation, juxtaposes faceless white blonde sex workers with two, I guess they have things written on their faces, with two indigenous women and an older woman who grimaces, having just realized that neurosis and misery is the result of trying to please men sexually. And I would like to go off script for a minute to point out that one of the things that was very interesting about Monica Sha is that she not only made large paintings, but she also made posters. Sometimes she took her paintings as posters. Sometimes she made a poster from the painting, and she made note cards that could be given out as well. So she came of age when using posters was a great way to disseminate propaganda, and she did a lot of that work. And I think probably there needs to be a little bit more work on on this aspect of her activism. In 1989, along with Mariana Chaplin and Ross Boyhill, Shah founded Ama Mawu, an anti-racist group that protested against the Iraq War, globalization, and GM foods. In 1993, Ama Mawu organized a conference with workshops against racism run jointly by African, Caribbean, and, quote, white Caucasian women. During this conference, which took place in Bristol, Ama Mawu had determined to set the date as the end of patriarchy and were intent on celebrating it on Silbury Mound during the Lammas August full moon. At some point during the conference, Ama Mawu decided that a more definitive announcement of the end of patriarchy was necessary. On Sunday morning, a group of women gathered together in front of Bristol Cathedral in order to hasten the end of the patriarchy. In a short biography written a year before her death, Shah recalled the pleasure that she experienced in interrupting the service while carrying a poster of God giving birth. In fact, she writes, I had for 30 years harbored a waking dream that I wished to walk into a cathedral or church during Mass to tell the priest or bishop that he and the church blasphemes against the mother and to remind the congregation of the 300 years of witch hunts that took place in Europe not so long ago. Neither the Catholic nor the Protestant churches have ever apologized in public for their genocide of women, the wise women of old. Well, now years later, there was a group of 15 or so women from this conference who were unafraid and courageous and wanted to do the action with me. We walked into Bristol Cathedral during Mass on Sunday and lined up in front of the high altar. After debate between me and the Dean of Bristol, we insisted on singing all of the verses of Burning Times to the congregation. It was extraordinary and cathartic and real and scary. We broke a major taboo by what we did and we refused to remain silent. If I hadn't done God Giving Birth, which if you notice, she was holding a poster of that painting, this action would never have happened. Shah's best known book, The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth, co-authored with Barbara Moore, is not that much different from gynecology. Much of the goddess herstory in the book is concerned with Southeast Europe and Avebury. What is not there, however, is a discussion in Lord's Word of non-European women as victims and preyers upon each other. What is there is an image of God giving birth, not on the cover, and a chapter devoted to the original Black mother, a chapter that presciently suggests that the suppression of an African dark goddess and of the achievements of Africans is the result of the intersectionality of colonialism, racism, and sexism, all of which were at play in suppressing a history of power, invention, and divinity that originated in Africa. Moore, who had been the poetry editor, for the, who had been the poetry editor for Women's Spirit magazine, added the scholarship and citations to the final version of The Great Cosmic Mother, a text that Shah had first written as a Xeroxed handout for a conference. In the introduction to the 1991 edition, Shah acknowledges that Moore deserved the credit for this final version. Shah was undone by grief. She writes, my youngest son, part Afro-American and Swedish, was run down and killed in front of my eyes in the Basque Country in the south of France. My oldest son died from lymphoma cancer in July of 1987. And my new journey began through grief and numbing pain, truly a darkness of my soul, during which I didn't want to live and at times hated everything alive. I have come through this still loving this beautiful earth, our mother. Shah was overcome with grief at the loss of her two sons that she was unable to work on the final version of the Great Cosmic Mother, a text that continues to be read, sold, and even assigned in classrooms today. By the time that the final version of the book was published in 1991, Shaw had rallied, and somewhat motivated by her anger at patriarchal New Age healers who adopted the alternative spirituality of the feminist goddess movement without the feminist message. Shaw had initially become involved with the New Age movement as a response to Leaf's death. Shaw's son, Sean, who was just 28 when he passed, had become involved with the Rebirthers, whom Shaw believed caused Sean to relapse and eventually lose his life. Shaw began writing a book that exposed the dangers of the New Age movement. An article published in the December 1988 issue of Every Woman became the 1992 book, New Age or Armageddon, the Goddess or the Gurus, which in turn eventually became the 1999 Dark Light Mother or New Age Armageddon, towards a feminist version of the future. Shaw found the New Age message profoundly reactionary because in subtle and not so subtle ways, they blamed the sick, the poor, and the oppressed for the situation in which they had found themselves. Sean blamed himself for his illness, feeling that he had chosen to die and that he could change his destiny. Shaw concluded that the New Age message was strikingly similar to the Thatcherite message in its emphasis on individual growth and well-being. It sees money as just, she wrote, it sees money as just energy, as just an energy that one may or may not attract to oneself according to how positive or negative one's thinking is. So in New Age or Armageddon and the Dark Life, I think I went to, there we go. In New Age or Armageddon and the Dark Light Mother, Shaw posited an alternative to patriarchal New Age guruism, an alternative that reflected her deeply held beliefs in the sanctity of the land and the importance of embracing the Mother Goddess in all of her aspects. As was the case with most of her writing, Shaw chose to include reproductions of her own paintings of the many aspects of the Mother Goddess and the sites that were sacred to the goddess, which she had always seen as important educational tools for women. Shaw chose 2 images for the cover of the Dark Light Mother, and her belly lit up, which is on the top, and the Mother Earth in pain, her trees cut down, her seas polluted. Both of these had to do with visions that Shaw had seen, as well as her concern with what was going on with the treatment of the landscape. So this was from a vision when she saw a bird, then she saw a car, then she saw a bird again. And she's reorganized these paintings so that they don't actually follow a chronological order, but instead follow an order that sort of speaks to her healing, because with the Dark Light Mother, she's back again. If you have read a lot of Shaw's writing, you know that it's deeply personal, deeply autobiographical. It's nothing like the final iteration of the Great Cosmic Mother, where it becomes very impersonal, even though Barbara Moore herself was going through a lot of issues. So these were the 2. So she is really writing about her process of going through the grief at losing her sons, and what, and particularly she begins by dealing with the loss of Leaf, who was the first son to have died. This is a close-up of Mother Earth in pain, her trees cut down, her seas polluted. And then this is Child of the Mother Tree from 1994. After Leaf's death, she planted his ashes in a small African drum that he had been learning to play at the time of his death. And she felt that his ashes fertilized the tree. So the mother tree comes back again and again. What's important for Shaw is that through the agency of the goddesses, her sons were able to revisit her. In Child of the Mother Tree, Shah wrote that the roots of the tree actually lived from him, that some of his Nervern. It is an image of a very old yew tree that is found in the churchyard of Nervern, and the tree exudes a dark red sap that has been associated with the wounds of Jesus Christ, wrongly condemned to death. In this painting, Shah reclaims the tree for the mother goddess, who bleeds as the result of the harm that humans have done to her lands. This painting, her most, I guess, the painting where she does the most grieving. It was one of the first paintings that Shah completed after the death of Sean. And she wrote that there was a period of several years when I did not do any paintings. I grieved for my young son, who was Leaf, and tried to help my oldest son through terrible treatments for this cancer. I wanted to honor my dark son and my light son. I wanted them to be protected within the realm of Spider-Woman, who dwells in the center. She wears the bird feather headdress that I wore when we buried my young son's ashes in the medicine wheel in the Welsh teepee village. I had become the shaman woman presiding over my own son's funeral. Unbearable, and at the same time, the woman in the sun is my daughter-in-law, Annie Johnson, pregnant with and expecting my grandson, her son, in Portugal. Death and life, endings and new beginnings. She who is both dark and light was painted as she waited for the birth of, she said her first granddaughter, but it might have been her first son. And then you have to look at the date, 1992. And this is 1989. No, it was probably her granddaughter then. And then Missing You is a vision where Shu saw a green man dancing, which she realized was Leaf, while meditating on a spot where Sean's ashes had been scattered. The painting is about Shah's loss, but also about finding solace in her belief that the Earth Mother will shelter her lost children. And then this slide, Lament for My Dead Son, was the only painting that Shah made after Leaf passed. She had managed to do a drawing after he was taken to the hospital. He was killed when a car struck him as he entered a zebra crossing, and he was very badly hurt, but still alive and taken to the hospital. And while he was there, as he was dying, Shah and her friend basically took care of him. They had put little flowers in his beautiful afro hair, a large leaf on his chest, and a flower on his third eye. And Shah writes, the only reason I am still alive and sane is that I saw him absolutely serene and peaceful on that road after the accident. He was gone and he looked as if he had been met in the other world by loved ones. He communicated with me in dreams. In the background are the Pyrenees Mountains. My son rides a white mare, as I saw him do only a week before his death, so pleased with himself and proud. Animals knew that he was a friend. And then, oops, somehow I must have saved this. So this final one, Rebirth, from the Mother Pot, 1986. I'm going to have to see, to finish my talk, I have to see if I can get onto Google, because I had something that didn't get saved when I saved my my essay. It looks like it's here. Looks like they're letting me on through EduRoam. So, Rebirth from the Mother Pot was the first painting that Shah made after Lament for My Dead Son. Shah wanted to dream her son into rebirth and had a vision of Leaf emerging from a lotus. This painting is made in honor of that vision. Unlike the rest of the images that have been shown, which were situated in the beginning of Dark Light Mother, This image appeared towards the end of the book. The images in Dark Light Mother are not organized chronologically. Rather, they are organized according to Shah's journey through mourning and loss. What is remarkable about both this book, or rather the articles that she wrote and the two books, is how deeply personal they are. Shah's life was very difficult, but she never turned away from her belief in the goddess, even as she herself was diagnosed with breast cancer, the breast cancer that would eventually take her life. Shah's life was one that was lived amongst and adjacent to the Black and brown women who appeared regularly in her paintings and with whom she sought to achieve common cause. Like Lazar, Shah did not experience dark-skinned people as people who were other to her blonde Swedish identity. Unlike Lazar, who openly acknowledges her middle-class privilege, Shah always lived on the margins, often in precarious housing and financial situations. What both women did have in common, however, was that they were white mothers of Black sons. Jane Lazar, in her first book, The Mother Knot, writes that it is seductively easy to give up everything for our children, those beings who once shared our very bodies. For the separation is never total. Every year before my son's birthday, I feel mild labor pains and the tingling of milk moving in my breast. The maternal connection, of which Lazar wrote and Shu wrote and painted, is one that allowed them to engage with the difficulty of race rather than transcend race or engage in anti-racist work that resulted in having, quote, Black friends with quotations, or Black friends with quotations placed around that term. Goddess feminism has been, for the most part, surprisingly opaque in terms of addressing race, with the result that it was condemned by women of color and post-structuralist feminists as hopelessly mired in patriarchal ideology. As demonstrated by Shah's work and artwork, Shah's writing and artwork, this was not the case. So thank you very much. That's the end of my talk. And do we have 3 minutes for questions or? Okay.
Thank you, Jennie, for that marvellous keynote and for exploring some of those strands, I think, that were emergent in some of the earlier conversations, especially about issues of perceived appropriation, the nuances of artists such as Cher with intersecting different racial identities. I thought that was really put some of those things in perspective. One of the things that I wanted to ask before I pass over to questions from the floor was something I was really struck by was this sense of maternal loss. And you spoke about that very powerfully in a way that in the recent sort of embrace of Monica Shea as an artist in the past couple of years, I haven't sensed so much in the discussions. And I was really thinking about the figure of the Virgin Mary. And I know a lot of the conversations we've had today, and more broadly within goddess feminism, as not a monolithic category, but as a sort of thematic, has been about how symbols and signs change over time. And I thought that just lingering with that idea of the figure of the Virgin Mary and the loss of her son Jesus as being the most definitive archetype in the sort of Western cultural repertoire, there's something that Cher is doing with the essence of that idea, with that sort of feeling, again, thinking about other ideas that came up today about networks of feelings or affect as an alternative to other modes of expression or intellectualizations. So that's just a kind of starting point to think about her work around this idea of maternal loss, maybe connecting that with her commitment to ecocide. And I just wondered if that was a way to start opening up some of those themes that you've sort of put in place.
So can I still talk into the? Yes, I think I was very interested in a couple of things. I think, of course, it's not only maternal loss, but the maternal bond. And she took that over to the way she understood the world. So this was a shorter talk. When I turn this into an article, I'm going to talk a lot more about what she said about experiencing the earth. The bleeding yew tree is obviously also a reference to loss. And by that time, she'd experienced a lot of loss. And I was very interested in the way in which we could look at her work in particular through the lens of maternal loss, and also through the lens of the maternal attachment to her child. And I found Jane Lazar to be someone that we don't ordinarily use, although everybody who writes about motherhood cites the mother not, and they write about ambivalence, but there's so much more in Lazar's later writing that somehow nobody bothered to read. And I know I'm layering a lot into this, but I also am very interested in what we might call the ideology of whiteness and white fragility and, the whiteness of whiteness, because there is so much blindness on the part of white people, even, in terms of how people of color feel that, in fact, there might be many, many different reactions to how people react. During the question period of the previous panel, I asked about my Iranian student. Ironically enough, she had a very difficult reaction when she was defending her thesis, when she was questioned by a faculty member who's Syrian, and we were all doing this over Zoom. So I and the other woman kind of logged on into the middle of this, and then finally she came to me and told me, how upset she was, and it was not a reaction I was expecting. So of course I was, apologized. I told her she was protected, but I think that because of this having this child for whom she had to negotiate for all the time. Lazar talks about it too. That particular bond really changed the way in which Shu engaged, or Sha, sorry, engaged. It's those umlauts, but too much German too. But in any case, not that I regret learning some German, but
I wonder if there's also the topic of difference has come up in different manifestations. And I was struck at the beginning of your talk when you talked about the resistance for a coming together of white feminists and black feminists, despite invitations on the part of white feminists in the struggle to do anti-racist work through. And I was just reflecting on how in some European countries in the second wave, such as Italian feminism, there was a resistance to equality and a thing of saying we don't want to be equal because to be equal to men is capitulating to a world that was created to exclude us and for patriarchal benefit. And I wonder if we can borrow from that model to thinking about the impasse perhaps between the sorts of projects that were well intended to mobilize inclusion, but actually couldn't work because it was asking to do things on a term that was based on the foundations of whiteness.
I absolutely think that one of the things I left out that Wolverton includes in her book is that the Women's Building got together and decided to award an artist with a Lifetime Achievement Award, and the artist was Latina. And the artist took the opportunity at her speech to complain about how she felt excluded by the women who were part of the Women's Building, and the way in which racism still was really pervasive at the Women's Building. And so the response was, because the Women's Building board and the the officials felt like they were doing something really nice, and they felt that she should be grateful. And this is one of the problems that comes up a lot when you think, oh, this person should just be grateful. They should be glad that we're giving them an award, and not, instead of listening, which was really the problem. I mean, what they needed to listen to was really hard to hear, and probably meant that they had to humble themselves a little bit, and that. So yeah, it was that, and I think absolutely.
It's just reminded me of those Anna Mendietta's show, The Dialectics of Isolation, which actually was staged at AIR Gallery. I think it was 1989, which with Zarina, who was a South Asian artist, and also Miyamoto, who was Japanese artist, Japanese American artist. So I think that's a really interesting example, which hasn't been historicized either. It's one that doesn't often get talked about within the art historical literature of the time, as an example of a kind of a separatism, a willful separatism of not wanting participation on white terms. So I think it might be a good idea to open up to the floor for any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. This might be a silly question. I'm just curious, would you say there's a difference between a goddess philosophy and a goddess politic? And if so, how do we reconcile these? Because how I understand it, perhaps goddess philosophy is innately anti-racist, but when something is politicized, then, sorry, I'm just reading my notes, perhaps the addressment is secular, and it does not address the nuanced ways in which some women are isolated or silenced.
So I would actually, I think, yes, you're absolutely right. The goddess philosophy, it's very, very inclusive. Everyone's welcome. Of course, you're welcome, and you have to kind of buy into it, and you can't sort of pull back against it. But I would say the goddess politics are not the politics that go with the religion of the goddess so much as they are the politics of people who are very interested in following the goddess and being engaged with the goddess. And that was where you ran into some trouble, was that these politics were sort of honed outside of the goddess and honed in the kind of traditional patriarchal system of either the United States or of the United Kingdom, and it was very difficult. And also the really pervasive ideology of whiteness, which is very hard to shake. I remember telling one of my students, who is very, like a fantastic person and very proactively was African American from the South of the United States, like, well, the 1619 Project came out, and now we know we have to change. We have to change. It's not like it's hidden anymore. When I was growing up, it was that whole history was so papered over, and we would even sing songs like "I Wish I Was in Dixie." I mean, God, who would want to be in Dixie with the racism and the sexism and everything? But in any case. I was so wrong. I mean, they've done their best to censor the 1619 Project. We're not allowed to teach it in schools. People are incredibly fragile about this, and in fact, it's like a huge debate about what's being taught in school. I mean, it's just history. It's not cultural theory or anything like that. It's just what happened. So I think that's a very, very good question, because the politics, however they're functioning, they're still not functioning correctly. Probably most of you don't know that one of the candidates for President of the United States, Nikki Haley, who is in fact Indian American, not Native American, but Indian American. We don't call Native Americans, not indigenous, but in any case, said that we are not a racist country. And how can we say that? We are such a racist country. We're such a racist country, and I don't understand, but yeah.
I wonder, there's another two things that I was thinking of was moving beyond the antagonism, looking for spaces of friendship potentially.
That's what Monica Shaw did. Shaw did, yes.
With her friendship with Alice Walker. So I wondered if you had any reflections on that, because while Audre Lorde and Mary Daly had this combative exchange, Alice Walker, and as you mentioned, the Great Cosmic Mother wasn't so different from gynecology in its sort of outlook. And Alice Walker was a huge fan and celebrated.
The final one had a quote on the back. I do think that that's interesting. There is actually some difference between gynecology and the Cosmic Mother in that they really talk about places where Shaw had been. What's interesting is the way Barbara Moore changed the language. But Barbara Moore herself had a very different life than Mary Daly. She was actually homeless when she finished that book. Even when she started working on the book, she and her daughters were kind of squatting in a home in New Mexico, and it was so cold that they all lived in one room and ran the stove all the time. And then her daughters, because she lost that home, her daughters left to live with her son, and she was living on the streets and trying to get jobs as an editor, but of course no one would hire her. But she still managed to revise this book. So again, you never know what the whole story is, but I do feel that Barbara Moore was sort of hiding behind this kind of objective, authoritative language because she had no structure in her life. It was just, she was bathing in the fountain.
Any other questions? Yes.
What was that? I was just wondering if you had a sense of whether the goddess movement still exists. I used to go to the goddess gathering in like the 90s. I was often the only black person there. Didn't really, not my thing. I decided after a while, it was very white and very, I didn't have a sense of there being a goddess in the way there is a god. And now there seems to be in a culture this idea of many goddesses and many indigenous practices coming to the fore. So I'm wondering if the goddess movement, as we've been talking about it today, is kind of part of history, if you feel that it still exists in that same way.
Well, it's still going on. They're still doing their circles and their dances. I mean, if you go look at Starhawk's website or Z Budapest's website, they're still doing their thing. I would say where you would see a difference is among the marginalized and the dispossessed. It might not necessarily be in the same form, but I know that many of my students, depending on their background, are embracing things like Santeria or looking at, like Sutapa Biswas did, looking at Hindu deities, looking at if they're indigenous, they're like the artist Vanessa Dion is learning to speak Lenape and making reference to Lenape traditions. So I would say that that's, I mean, just as an aside, it was just sort of bizarre that of all the possible people that Chicago could have chosen for that dinner party, she chose someone who aided Lewis and Clark in exploring the United States. Yeah, you know that's not good, because in 1979, when I was young, I went to a Girl Scout camp called Sacagawea. It was a bunch of white people at Camp Sacagawea. But I think, yes, it's still there. I also find that it is showing up among the queer and trans community. So the book that I co-authored with Beth Stevens and Annie Sprinkle, that's who they attract, and they're way into goddess stuff.
That's actually what I wanted to ask you. Sorry, no.
I think actually, it's interesting what your answer, because it's showing to me that when I say goddess movement, I mean something very particular that's different from the things that you've mentioned. Yeah. I think I just mean white interest in one major deity that's a goddess, as opposed to all the things that you've mentioned, which seem very different to me, but maybe aren't. I don't know. Maybe I need to think about how I look at things. But I think of the goddess movement as something particular in the past, and perhaps Santiera is part of that goddess movement. Maybe I should. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's that's very true. I mean, that's what's interesting. But the old goddess movement is still there. I mean, I looked on, I think it was See Budapest's website, and they just had like whatever they call it, a moat, or
Well, that was the last question I wanted to ask you, is how you see the connection between the Monica's work and the work on ecosexuality that you have written extensively on.
It's a very close relationship, and actually that's what really shocked me. When I was working on that book with Annie and Beth, so I don't come from a goddess background, even though I've written a lot about it. I'm on the academic side, as opposed to, as one person said earlier, I'm a 90s person. I'm just going to put that out there. And that's what I am. But, or came of age as a person in the 90s. But in any case, they do all that stuff. They have rituals. I have a film with them dancing around in a circle. The people that show up to their events are, just totally out there. Some of them are new agey. Some of them are, they do believe in the goddess. And they're just, there's all kind, there are some people, I mean, one of them, Dragonfly Diva, is African-American, and she performed at the last ecosexual symposium that I attended. But I did do my best to get them to tamp down all that goddess stuff, and they pushed back, so it's in there. But it was really uncomfortable. I'm like, oh, this is too far, too much. You have to just back off from this. But in the end, and they have these things all over the world, and people come, which is just kind of crazy. So because it's ecosexual, but it's also the goddess, it definitely attracts a group that, in many ways is adjacent to me. They are mostly white, but they go where I wouldn't go necessarily. I'll go to the Symposium, but I'm not going to take my clothes off and run around.
So still the kind of guilty pleasure, guilty secrets
exactly.
feminism that we started the day with. May I thank Jennie on behalf of the audience. Also, thanks to the Courtauld Institute of Arts Centre for American Art for facilitating and supporting our keynote talk. We were going to have some closing remarks, but we're running out of time.
I'm so sorry.
No, not at all. This is very interesting. I was just going to briefly sum up and say thanks so much to all of the panelists today and all the great contributions from the floor. I had some notes somewhere of the things that have really stood out. It's a number of amazing conversations that we haven't had time to fully engage with, but hopefully we can do so now over a glass of wine, and the poetry reading by Banu, which will be beginning in 15 minutes, just in half an hour's time. From 6 o'clock. I'll get onto that in a minute. So really some of the themes that stood out to me today was really about time. I sort of feel like we came back to that idea of temporality a lot, of breaking through certain conventions of time. When Jennie was giving her talk, I was thinking about the Amamawu intervention at Bristol Cathedral, and when afterwards the women talked about having sort of broken the space-time continuum
really
and sort of interrupting this space of patriarchy and this linearity of patriarchal history, and finding some breakthrough to this other space. So I think the other spaces that are approached and explored and apprehended through this belief in these various different formations of what goddess feminism is. There's been a lot of conversation about healing, especially with thinking about healing from sexual violence or from patriarchally induced hysteria and mental disease. I thought that was a really interesting parallel there.
what else have we got here? Relationality, relating to one another, relating to forces beyond us, whether those are spaces that are cyber or whether those are spaces in more sort of traditional environmental ideas of nature. So I think it's been wonderful to find these different overlaps. So I'm really grateful to all of our speakers for giving us such rich presentations and so much food for thought. I know Harriet and I really want to consider how we can draw on some reflections from the symposium and tie something together.
Maybe you could publish it and
There
then I
is
could
a
get
book.
all the bibliographies and all the papers.
There is a book which is
That's what I'd like.
sale, which Harriet is holding up now, which is for sale, which is the launch this evening. So let me get the refreshment schedule right. From 5:45, there will be drinks in which room, Harriet?
So it's in the main walkway. So it's back in the main body of the college building. If you ask anyone for directions towards the VSR,
And then at 6 o'clock, we have our poetry reading performance by Banu Kapil, who's a fellow of Churchill College. Apologies, I didn't have my notes in front of me, which begins at 6 o'clock. So we really look forward to celebrating a little with you for the end of a fabulous day. Thank you so much.
And clapping for I'll clap for everyone.